Like this. Oh,
Uh,
we're live. Okay.
Hello. Sorry about late. It's not Stango's fault for a change. It was actually nobody's fault. It's just the way it happened. I could not get into anything at all. Absolutely terrible. So my apologies. Hopefully there's a few people around.
Uh, we've got 4 people in at the moment, I think. So we
4.
can warm up. 4. Yeah. Waiting. They've been waiting for about the last 6 minutes.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay.
Waiting patiently.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go. It's Gina anyway. Hey, y'all. Hello.
Hello, hello.
I won't be a sec.
Oh, right, okay.
No,
Just
I'm
what I
not going
thought.
anywhere. I'm just over the other side of the room.
Ah, right,
Hang
okay.
on. Yeah, I won't be a sec. Need to get a drink.
All right, okay.
Right,
As in alcoholic or non-alcoholic.
do you know what? For a change, I'm going to have a beer, so be warned. It only takes me one or two and I'm off my head. No, I'll probably just have one. I need to get some sleep tonight, so I'm going to have a beer. It'll probably last me all night, maybe.
That's yeah. Well, you're working tomorrow, aren't you? So we'll finish early. If that's all right with folks.
Well, yeah, whatever time. I don't mind. Midnight's good for me because, like I say, I hardly sleep anyway, but I need to lay down and rest, close your mind off a bit. Even if I only get a couple of hours sleep, it's enough just to get through the day. You know what I mean?
Gina, Fat Belly, hello. Yeah, the sleeping habits of Stangu.
Oh, yes. Or the non-sleeping habits. LOA, Mr. Blue, Fat
Good
Belly.
evening.
Let's do this.
I don't know.
One
Lord of
beer.
Audits, welcome. Right. Today's topic. We did so well yesterday. I thought we'd do something a little bit similar, but a different topic. I'll just pin
Can I do that?
the
No,
link.
I can't. I can't pin the link, can I? No.
Don't think so. I
No, I
don't think
can't.
so. Not yet.
Not
You haven't.
yet. Okay.
You haven't passed the requirement that StreamYard requests.
Oh, really? Right. Do you know how many StreamYard channels I have?
Do I care?
No. Of course you
Right.
don't. Oh, dear. Yeah.
I know how many you appear on,
This one.
and
Well, sometimes I pop in and see Anne Marie.
and
And,
there we go.
I
You
don't know.
see, he's not a one-horse pony.
Who, I'm not sure who else. I've been on SGs. I've chatted to SG. Um, I'm not sure. Oh, you mean like Shady, maybe?
Yeah, yes.
You know, I can't.
Shady's back.
Well, he was quitting 1 minute and he said he's doing a live tonight. It's like, come on, make your mind up.
Oh, I
Within
thought he did it.
within
I
a
thought.
matter of
Well,
10 minutes. Sorry.
I was going to say because I didn't listen to him. I saw him live. Being back, and realised he was going live tonight.
Yeah, well, he said he might go live tonight.
Right. Okay.
But
Well.
he said he was quitting the lives and he was gonna, because he wants to go back to Facebook. He wants to quit all these lives I didn't catch the reason, I'd just come in from work. But he was saying he wanted to quit it, go back to Facebook. But then at the end, so it must have been only about half an hour later, he says, like, I might do a live tonight. It's like, okay, Shady. Make your mind up.
Well. Who
He,
knows?
he can't leave. Come on. He wants to, he just can't.
No,
Bless him.
this is not the Shady Show.
No. Hey, we got Sean in the house. Hello. Sean
Hello,
Baxter.
Sean. Anybody wants to come up, I pinned the link. Which is why Stan Goog got upset.
Oh, you only want somebody to come up to shut me up. I know what you're doing here. I'm getting it now. It worked last night, didn't it?
Well, actually, I think tonight's subject is right up your alley.
It is.
Are you crackling bubbles in the background?
No. Crackling bubbles. Is Rasta around? It's not me. No, I don't do that.
No, there's just a load of noise in the background.
Oh, do you know what?
It sounded like someone's...
Is that better?
Yeah, can't hear anything now anyway.
I had the phone on my amp, didn't I? On my, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'll plug it over here. Okay. I think that happened yesterday between me and Grandad and his vaping. We couldn't hear it, but it must have been a right racket.
Bubble wrap, thank you, beer.
Bubble wrap.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Right. I thought it would be an interesting topic to have a chat around. Should parents tell their children the truth about the world of corruption? It's a very loose title that can incorporate all sorts of things, but I'm not talking about things like it's the Tooth Fairy, real
Father Christmas,
Easter Bunny, that sort of thing. I'm talking
but
about
you could actually you could bring some of it in. You could bring religion into it if you really wanted to.
Again, it's an open area. It covers all sorts of things, but as somebody who never told the truth in relation to kids being kids, etc., and the world of corruption, I can't really comment because having had kids that grown up and gone away, I've moved on and my politics has changed, shall we say. I suppose really it is about politics and whether or not how much we should divulge. But there again, should we leave it to education?
No.
Should we leave it for the narrative to be pushed only in, from an educational point of view, or whether or not we should be a little bit more truthful? Say regarding elections or explaining what elections are. And then at what time in their lives do you burst their bubble? But that's the idea of the conversation. It's sort of like, should parents tell the truth to children? Yeah. Over to you, Stangu.
Yes, let's move on. Sorry. I mean, should we tell the truth to our children? If we don't, the schools get there first, don't they? They're moving in quicker and quicker, aren't they, with things like politics, sex education. They're getting lower and lower in age, aren't they? I think it was Amanda. She said her son, I can't remember how old he is, he might be 12, 13, something like that. And she said he's obsessed with like news reports and politics and, he's getting his head right round it. She said, for his age, why? But that's he's been inspired to do that, maybe from school, maybe, because like they're hearing the news from around the world now, thanks to probably the internet, partly. It's coming in thicker and faster, isn't it? So if we don't do it, the school will. Again, a bit like sex education, isn't it? They seem to nip in there, and maybe a lot of people sit back and think, oh, phew, I'm glad I didn't have to do that.
Fat Belly's put a point across, brainwashing them when they're young. Gives them the wrong viewpoint. I don't know. I mean, kids are kids, aren't they?
Oh, look at this. Agent X, right? My son's experienced it firsthand, sadly. Unlawful home raids, etc. Well, hi, Agent X. Hi, Tim. Wow. That's the shock, isn't it? I mean, how do you prepare a kid for that?
Well, yeah.
Because you don't really expect it. You don't expect it, do you?
Well, whether it's a lawful or unlawful raid, um, any sort of raid from the police does throw a lot of questions up for a child, and I think if they're not answered truthfully, I think it can cause massive impact mentally for children to deal with it. But surely,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you should be able to talk openly and freely with your children.
Well, you can, can't you? There's no one stopping you, is there, really?
Well, no, but you've got the so-called normal narrative where you never have anything which goes wrong, etc. in your life. You live a normal family situation where the children grow up normally. You don't get any major issues. But do you think in that sort of situation that if parents are awake to what's going on, then they should tell the children, the truth about the world? Hello, Mrs. J.
Shabbat. Yeah. Sorry, were you in mid?
No, I asked a question.
Oh, right. Okay. Um. Well, you mean about about the? Sorry. Can you backtrack slightly? I drifted off there, not because of anybody. I nutter.
I understand. Okay, so if a family grows up over the years, right? They have kids, etc. Nothing ever happens to them out of the ordinary. So in other words, you have a normal family life. Do you think parents, if they are awake to things, should talk to them
Well,
about things,
I guess those parents. Sorry.
or be real, or be real?
Maybe some of those parents are not, or they're hoping not, or not expecting any. But then, yeah. I mean, the thing is, right? Kids are kids, aren't they? They're, in my opinion, they've got to be kids for as long as possible. But then, if you look at other countries, I mean, do any of those kids, like 7 or 8 year olds, look at their parents and say, "Mummy, why have I got an AK-47?" You know what I mean? It's a different culture. We're talking about other countries like where they're armed because they've got to fight for survival. We're mollycoddled here, aren't we? A little. And we're living in a supposed safe environment. It's one of those illusions, isn't it? That we're safe and we've got this culture and we don't need to warn our kids other than, certain things like predators and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean,
Yes, but I agree with Agent X regarding we tend to model, coddle our youngsters. Hello, argument. And I also, PR Blue brings up a good point. Would you agree with children smoking, taking, making drugs, taking drugs, etc.?
yeah.
And I mean, that in itself, how would you deal with it? I mean, if as children grow up, certainly in my day, it would have been secondary school or grammar school. As they move up, they enter a totally different world, and I suppose depending on how you brought your child up would depend on whether or not they are open to talking to you about things in their teen years,
Yeah.
at least, and then putting it to them in a way that they would understand. So, if there are kids, they see kids taking things which are illegal or doing things which are illegal, then maybe they'll actually talk to the parents about it. Or
Yeah.
or do you not wait for that to happen and you talk to your kids as they grow up about it? Because that's a way of explaining a few things.
It depends on the child, or where you live, or whatever. What you know about the area. I mean, some areas you expect to be 13 years old and start smoking a joint. Because that's what the kids do in the cities and stuff. Fortunately, where I am, it's not like that. But as soon as my son went to high school, I talked about these things with him. I was warning him of the dangers. I mean, all that stuff. But when he got to about 15, although I believe him because, like, I'm quite open with him and he's quite open with me. In fact, he's really open because he's probably wants to shock me or something. But when he got to about 15, I thought, oh, here we go. He's getting to that age now. So rather than warn, he'd already been warned of the dangers of drugs. I told him how to deal with it, because I thought, well, if he goes off to a nightclub, takes something, and then starts freaking out, I want to pump it into his head. Water, water, water. Or don't do it, but water. As far as I know, he hasn't. He just don't, and he's 19 now. He's had a joint. But that's about it. And I believe him because he'd be honest with me. And that's how it's always been. Growing up, I was their friend, and they knew they could come and talk to me. And I felt that I could talk to them about anything. My youngest is 13, and I've talked to him about a hell of a lot, because it concerns me the way the world is. Whether it be, our own little environment or the entire world, we talk about as much as possible.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. I don't want to scare them out of their childhood, though. I really don't.
Well, not to put it in a way that he'll answer as his kids ask.
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is with that, you don't want to be answering the questions when it's, I don't want to say, but too late. Do you know what I mean? I prefer the pre-warning. What is it? Rather than the solution. Because that is the solution, isn't it? Warning them. Although you've got to be careful with certain things, because if you warn them of the dangers, they may be more likely to go off and do it. Maybe because they're a taboo subject or they're rebellious. That's the other concern. But in my experience, it never happened. Fortunately, not yet, anyway.
Well, let's hope it doesn't.
Well, I don't know about that because, to be honest, when I was late teens, early 20s, I had some great times. And other people had great times. So it was like, people that used to work 5 days a week. We'd go out on a Friday night, go clubbing, maybe for the weekend at times, back to work on Monday. Everybody was fine. We took care of each other. We knew the dangers. We knew what to do. And that's what I wanted to, especially now he's 19, that's what I want to warn him of. But I just don't think it's his world. He would have told me by now.
Well, that's, I suppose, once a child hits 15, is that the right time? Or would you leave it, or would you wait until something crops up and explain things to them? I mean, I'm talking about what we're talking about, the way that people are indoctrinated into doing things and brainwashed, because we're all brainwashed from a youngster. I mean, if you know what's going on and if you don't agree with things, then obviously, I suppose that might reflect on the way you talk to your own kids.
Yeah.
And what they know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can I read that one from Argument? I don't think I said hello. I moved my 4 kids from Manchester to the Isle of Wight because I didn't want them to go through the risk of getting involved with drugs. My background was music and drugs were part of the music industry. I can resonate with that 100%, right? because I was involved in the music industry and all the rest of it. And I moved from the big city to the countryside because I didn't want my kids to go through it. But you know what? My eldest now is, I'm not saying he's soft, he's just kind of like, he's not as hardened as like, city kids are. And sometimes I think, oh, if he moved to the city, is he going to survive? Should have been rougher with him growing up, play fighting, which we didn't really. We were out skateboarding and, doing stuff like that. But yeah, we did that. We moved to the country, and for the same reason, yeah. Yeah, to escape it. But is there any escape? Because when they grow up, they might be they might be in for a shock if they ever moved into, a city.
Um, can I disagree with you?
Go on,
I
then.
don't think
You
it
always do.
belongs. I don't think it's down to where you live. I think it's down to the way you bring them up. If you bring them up so they respect people, chances are they're not going to fall into the wrong area, should I say,
Yeah,
But
yeah,
wherever you move to, there is that degree. All you're doing is reducing the risk factor that they're going to come into contact. But majority of people aren't able to do that. They're going to they're going to stay in the same area, because they haven't got the finances. It's a wish that they could move to somewhere else. I mean, it's great for those who have been able to do it, but in blocks of flats,
yeah.
Mrs. J's put in, where there's needles all over the floor outside of the flats,
Absolutely.
in the communal areas,
Yeah.
etc.
Bins, round the bins, yeah.
I mean,
Alleyways. Yeah.
if anybody lives in a block of flats or lives in an area where there's flats, then there's that there's still that sense of danger and that risk factor. You can only warn the children about it, and there's a lot of that going on. Obviously, get onto the environmental agency to get it sorted, because they're the ones that are supposed to keep the areas clean.
Hmm. Yeah. Because in theory, you're not meant to touch a needle. You're meant to, well, there's been a few times where just to do it, I've found a PCSO and said, there's a needle over there. We've got our eye on it, but you need to get rid of it. We're not touching it. So they had to
Yeah.
get rid of it. Can I just say what Gina says there, though? My dad asked me about ease when it first came out. I just replied, don't worry, I only smoke what you call wacky backy. He was fine with that, but we always used to talk. I think that's the main thing. That's the main point of this, isn't it? To talk to your kids, to communicate with them, to understand. And they live in a different world. We cannot understand what they're going through because, like, it doesn't matter what generation you're from. Today's a different day, and they're going through something totally different. Especially since the techno revolution, with the internet and all that. We didn't have that growing up, did we? And that's changed the game big time when it comes to awareness or, kind of education, or it's a bit more than people chatting in the playground. That was enough.
It's great when Stanley starts talking.
Okay. Yeah. What
Gives
was
me time to go and get a drink.
Go on then. Argument's sake, I'll just read this. I started working for a famous producer when I was 16 in the studios in Manchester, 80s. My first job in the studio was to get into a car and go pick up the drugs. Okay. I can believe that. Right. Like the gopher.
Just want to say good evening to local. Yeah,
Hello, cool.
I could just imagine that. You don't have to name the studio. Not the best of things, even today. They might still be going.
Or it was knocked down. That wasn't a studio, was it? The Hacienda, but yeah, the Hacienda. Sorry, not the Hacienda.
Well, I mean, if you were unlucky enough to be young. When I say young, let's say from 15 onwards, in the 80s, what was the biggest thing that kids used to do? And probably still do now, but what was the biggest thing they always tried to do, and a lot of them actually succeeded? Get into nightclubs.
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah. Isn't that what they did in the 70s too? And that's why they wore the platform shoes and the flares, just to cover up the fact they were wearing platforms.
That was a good time, that was. But you do get a lot of youngsters, right, prepared to risk all, so to speak. They get into a group. I'm not talking about a group of bad kids, because a lot of kids aren't bad. It's just what people perceive. And, one of them will say, oh, let's go to, go out tonight. Oh, what should we do? Well, there's a new nightclub opening up at such and such. We should be able to get in because the bouncers don't know us. Or conversations around that, So, at what point, as I say, do you warn children about the dangers?
Yeah. I think pre-warning's best. Oh, can I just say something? Just off subject. Where did I just see that? Martin Hannett rings a bell. I'm sure he had something to do with John Cooper Clarke. I recognise the name. John Cooper Clarke? Well, you know John Cooper Clarke is, don't you? He might have... Oh, he would have produced him, maybe, or at least something to do. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm digressing there. And he was also at the opening of the Hacienda. Oh, sorry, the Hacienda, not the Hacienda. I'll have to... It's the poshness coming through. Hi, John. Sorry. Carry on. Joy Division. Look, it's all coming in out now. sorry. I quite like Joy Division. Yeah.
Well, we won't
Mondays, Stone Roses.
Stone Roses. We might ask who the drugs were for. Jilted John.
Jilted John. Gordon is a moron. Yeah.
We are definitely getting off topic here, but
we are a bit.
This is what we do.
We're off to nightclubs now. Look. I couldn't get into my local nightclub until I was 18, as I used to live opposite the manager. We used to go to farmers' discos and get served there. Mrs. J, I had my first nibble. Is that as in nipple? Nibble pierced in the Hacienda. True story. Okay. Moving on.
Personal choice. Yeah.
Why not?
I like the fact that depending on where you lived and what you did, you could do all sorts of things. You could. I mean, when I worked in the clubs years ago, you could tell who was underage and who weren't by the way they were behaving. Usually those that were totally inebriated, in other words, drunk, pissed, acted. If I said immaturely, I'd be about right. But when you got a group that are acting even worse than another group, and you look at them and you think, actually, the ones behaving themselves more are the ones that are kids. Because they don't know how to let go.
Not all kids. Not all kids, I promise you that. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, when I first started going to nightclubs, I was probably about maybe just 16 or 17. I don't know how I got in there, but I think I know why. Because the clubs I went to were more alternative, punk-based, and I was a bit of a punk looking. And when you go into a place like that, everybody's rowdy, and drunk and stuff like that. So, and apart from that, they didn't really care at the time. I don't think they didn't care. I was a regular and I knew a lot of people, so just went in there. They let me in. But I guess, like, considering my age, they probably wouldn't expect somebody my age to look like that.
Well, quite possibly. Do you think it's easier now, or just the same, or harder
Nah.
to get in for kids to get into nightclubs?
It depends whether you're male or female, I reckon. But I think it's much harder to get in. It depends on the bounce, the doorman at the time, doesn't it? And whether they take a liking. This is one of the problems, and this is why, maybe bouncers should be audited. But I don't know. I think it's tougher now, especially with cameras, CCTV everywhere. They've got to be so careful now, haven't they?
Well, yeah, and I also think that with them being licensed now, they could lose the job.
Yeah, that's different. I mean, I've worked in nightclubs, and I, for the first hour, I did the cloakrooms. I mean, that was great. That was doing the cloakrooms, and I saw who was being let in, and it's like, yeah, some of it was very selective, especially the females.
I won't be
They're
saying,
like,
just go to the door.
Okay, what's this we got here? Let's go back to the music. Fat Belly. I used to do a milk round when I was a kid. I was told not to touch anything suspicious and to tell Elbert the milkman if I did. I grew up in Northern Ireland. Booby trap bombs could be at police homes. Yes, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. That's fair enough. What's this? I went to Pips mostly. Gary Newman, Kraftwerk, Bowie. Okay. Well, Belly. Nutter. First nightclub I was smuggled in with a group of bigger lads. Spent the night on a para that the bouncer was... para, yeah. That the bouncer was following me. Oh, see, I used to get in with older people too. Yeah, I think that probably went in my favour too. A bunch of punks. If you know Norman J, I booked him for the Buttermarket nightclub. Oh, Norman, as in Norman Cook. I got 600 in 400 Sellers venue. Whoa. Is SG here? I didn't see it. Oh, there you are. Hi, SG. I didn't see you up there. What's
in.
this? He did creep in like a zombie. I've heard that the Lead Mill in Sheffield is closing. I don't know about that. What's this about Bob Monkhouse? I spent 3 days with Bob Monkhouse getting tipsed, or is that peed, every day. That's my best celebrity meet. Bob Monkhouse. Wow. I know who he is, kind of. I've never seen his shows. But, yeah, wasn't he the one that was really paranoid about people stealing his material? Well, another one of those.
Yes.
He was, yeah, another one of those, like Benny Hill, and who's that one with Sid James, the legend himself? Can't think of his name. He did a double act with Sid James back in the 50s or 60s. No?
Well,
he's gone.
Considering the average age is probably younger than you're expecting, hello, Bear.
Well, I'm much older than you.
Yes,
Oh, hi, Bear. I am. Yeah. 666.
Every day.
Every day. You don't get any higher than that. Right. What else we got here? I always like Bob Monkhouse. All right. No, he stole the BBC studio films. Bob Monkhouse was big in the 60s and 80s. Oh, okay. What did he do, though? Was he a comedian? I've seen him in an old movie, an old black and white movie. I can't remember what it was. It may have been, I don't know, one of those carry-on films. Not really keen on them, but I saw it. Here we go. Bear. So, yes, we should be teaching our children to be vigilant when it comes to dealing with the authorities. Well, of course, yeah. I'm teaching my kids that now. I'm teaching them that, they don't. I'm not saying don't go run into a copper, but they need to know, the reality of things. I mean, for the last few years, well, since like the auditing, we've sat there and watched the auditing. They may have found it entertaining at times, but they're not daft. They're taking in the reality of what it's about, or what's going on there. In fact, my eldest, he used to go out, and if he saw anything, he'd switch his phone on. Not for any other reason than to bring it back and show me. Oh, look at this! We saw a crash, or we saw this copper doing this, or he even does it now. Still does it now. If there's a copper on double yellows, he comes back with a picture. Look at this, Dad. It's like fair play. Yeah, and that's what we need, isn't it? Like many people are saying, more people out there with their cameras before they take it away. If we don't have enough people out there, even if you're just taking photographs, then they stop us? They can try.
I think if you've got children going out taking photos, videos of coppers, and they're doing it in a respectful manner, and understanding that at the end of the day we do need them, but to highlight what this is that they're doing, good or bad, then in that situation, I would say that they should be encouraged to share.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my son don't go out antagonising. He's just doing the maybe pinnacle photography. He's just photographing what he sees. But that brings me on to the point of I'm not suggesting it at all. I'm just, imagining, if, a lot more people become aware of auditing, how many kids in school with their mobile phones are going to flick it. They probably do it anyway. Are going to flick it on, and record a teacher misbehaving. And should they be allowed to do it? I mean, I know what teachers were like when I was at school. That's why I left. But now they're not so bad, apparently. I did. I left after the second year. It was like, nah, this is not for me. You went and got a job.
Yeah, well, too much different. Anyway, evening, guys. How are we?
Good evening, there.
And evening to the chat as well. Yeah, I find this an interesting one, man. I see this earlier, and I'm definitely going to have to come over. I think it is important. And it's also one of the reasons why I chose to do what I'm doing. And I think regardless of what I was to do in the future, I reckon I would now still stay involved in some form of, whether it be highlighting corruption or activism towards it. And I want to do that so that as my children are growing up, they don't necessarily have to agree with what I'm doing or what my opinions are. But at least it's kind of, they're going to be around it a little bit more. So at least they should be a little bit more educated and able to make more of a reasonable decision, I think, based on that.
Yeah. Children or youngsters, we'll say, need to know. They need to be aware that they have rights. Oh,
yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Or they need to know their rights. And you teach one kid, your own kid, they'll teach their friends. And, they understand that they can't be treated that way. Or, well, they shouldn't be treated that way.
But what I don't want to do at the same time, right, is I don't want to bring my children up to believe that, the police isn't the people that they should turn to in need. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
I get that, yeah.
Definitely. I don't want them to grow up hating them. No, that's not the idea here. Right.
No, not at all.
I just want them to be aware that, and I think a lot of people still in society aren't aware, and I've mentioned this to police officers before, right? But say I'm gonna have to use, say there's a female or a male, it doesn't really matter, okay, that's say been abused sexually in some way, and they phone up the police and report this crime, and they're waiting for the police to come up. There's a knock on that door. They answer the door. Pretty much 9 times out of 10, most people see that uniform and just trust in it, and they allow that person straight into the home.
Yeah.
That's the uniform and not the person. That person themselves could be involved in some real heinous crimes, even of that kind of nature. And from what I've seen in the 10 months that I've now been doing this, is there's a lot of it in our police force up and down the country of sexual abuse and indecent images, and it's not right. I found some in Coney the other day where I'm trying to research on a bit of stuff I can do locally, and there was a 21-year-old that had been a PC for a month, when he's now been caught with indecent images of children and dismissed. Well, he wasn't even dismissed. They gave him the choice to quit so that they didn't have to have, obviously, that shame on the force, as usual.
Did you see that video? Did you see that video? It was a mirror. I found it on Joe Public, and it was a mirror of a PCSO in a park. There was somebody around there behind the bush with a camera, spotted him. This PCSO, right, was sitting there on a park bench in a public place, phone in his hand. He kept stopping to swipe. I'm going to say it like this. He was tossing himself off on a park bench in uniform, right? Swiping his phone. Who knows what he was looking at? I could bring the video up if you want to see it, but he's even named. But, you know, that's the kind of, you know, there's weirdos and freaks within the service. And that's what they need
what was it? One I went to Solihull, and there was I spoke about a dismissal of an officer that got caught having sex on duty, right? I find out that it was with a minor as well. There was one also when I went out with a 3 where they got caught trying to chat up a 13-year-old boy while on duty. This is what I'm saying, like a 13-year-old, that isn't being educated on the fact that there might be wrongdoings in the police. We'll just trust in that. I can't just bring my children up to go because that police officer, they're all good. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You can run straight to the police, they're good, that's who you go to, because that's not the case. And they're abusing that uniform and that power in order to take advantage of the vulnerable, you know, and the young are vulnerable at the end of the day.
Like you said, it's that uniform. It's a bit like the white coat, the doctor's coat. You know, once they slip on that white coat and start talking to somebody, people fall into the illusion that, they're talking sense. They must be, listen to that person because they're wearing a white coat. And it's the same with the uniform, isn't it? I should trust that person because they're a police officer.
Yep.
Hello, PL6. WGJ.
Hey, Paul Grandad.
And I know, like, young children are into that kind of thing, police cars and stuff, right? But even that, like, from young, it's promoted that police are good, right? Into kids, like police, trust they're your police, the policeman, Mr. Nice Policeman. You know, it's that's not actually the reality of it, is it?
Good evening, Grandad.
I mean, I told a story last night. Well, not a story, where my kid was in junior school, and there was this one day. None of the parents had any warning of this. Right, the police came in. And it was something to do with databasing, but they didn't give us any warning. There should have been consent. They came in, they took all the kids' fingerprints, and whatever. I mean, the kids trusted them. It's like, you can do mine, or they just trusted them. And then when the parents found out, we were all like, what the hell's going on here? You know, where's the kid? Blah, 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 blah. But you know what they said? They said, okay, we've got in touch with the police. They're going to delete all the information. Really? They've got them on database now. Kids of like 4 or 5 years old.
Well, that was the whole point of the exercise, I would have thought.
Exactly. But, you know, isn't that an infringement of rights? You know, not just the parents for not asking consent, but there was a sneaky way to do it. Very sneaky way to do it. Go in there, impress the kids. Who wants to do their fingerprints? But there was already talk about this going on, but they snuck in and did it without asking. But now it's been done. There's no reversing it, even if they did say they've deleted all the data. I mean, do we just trust them and say like,
Hold on, can you turn the background noise down, please, if you're listening to something, please, or mute.
No, I don't think so.
No, it's Polaron. There you go. Muted. See?
What's this? Something for you there, Grim. Grim, take a look at this. It's on YouTube. You'll love it. Always look on the bright side of life. North Korean edition. North Korean edition.
I think I'll have a look at that.
That'll be an interesting watch.
I've seen Irish drill music. I don't think anything's going to top that.
Okay, now we go from one to another, right? Tim, police inspector offered him a couple of grand not to be a witness.
Okay, argument. If my girlfriend dresses up in a uniform, I'll do whatever she wants me to. Okay, yeah.
See?
Yeah,
The moral of the story. It's all in the uniform.
Yeah, but
The uniform is deceiving.
it's when she says, "I want to insert my truncheon 8 inches."
Cuff me.
Evening tea.
Hi, Bumbo. Anyway, we've gone off the subjects again slightly, haven't we?
Well, we
Yeah,
always
sorry
do.
about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, we do.
I have a tendency to do that. I'm easily distracted. That's the thing.
We gotta have a laugh, even if it is serious. What was it you said earlier, Grim? I mean, Bear. Grim says, like, you know, I mean, apart from how young should they be, you know, when we start educating them on certain things. I mean, we know a lot of people will sit back and let the schools take over.
Well, should they not bring some form of thing into the curriculum whereby, because like if you look at America, it's all about their constitution and they learn about their constitution from young.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So a lot of people know they might not know all of them, but they know like a good few.
They know what they're allowed to do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, we don't really hear, do we?
There's not. No, you're right. That's a good point. That is, yeah.
There's nothing, you know. You're told about the things to maybe stay away from in school, like they highlight when you get to a certain age, they highlight drugs and stuff, and they do a whole thing on that. And there's an awareness thing, but other than that, there's no awareness and actual education on your rights.
Okay, Bear. Going back to drugs, right? I mean, your kids are young, aren't they? Like young. You don't have to say, but. They're not teenagers, or are they? Is any of them teenage? No, they're young. What age will you, Master Ron, what age will you ever talk to them about, say, drugs, right? Awareness. Or will you, what kind of age?
I'd probably, maybe when they get to, like, secondary school.
That was exactly my point, yeah. Because it doesn't matter, we're talking about the internet. When you go to secondary school, kids talk, and you're quite
and then you're also in school with like the kids that are at that age where they're also maybe getting ready to leave school. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
They're mingling, and they could maybe be. When I was in like year 7, I mingled with people in year 11. I knew people at that school, so I used to, you know what I mean? And they were doing stuff at that age, like smoking and stuff, like, and I was around that.
Yeah.
So I think secondary school. I don't think there's no need in primary school really, too much.
Although with the internet, you know, kids even in primary school are looking into the internet, and some are not. They're not being watched over. They'll get information, and I know for a fact they go into primary school. Okay, maybe the last year or the last 2 years. They think they're all grown up now because it's like, guess what I found, or guess what my older brother told me, and this, that, and the other.
Yeah,
and they'll go
there is that. But like, you know, I've got kids of an age where they're like, by that one's at primary school, you know. So, and they're probably still going to see stuff, but they're not really going to get the opportunity to be around it because of the age they are. They don't go out playing or like for and stuff like that. So I don't really have to worry about that. But as they're getting older and they start wanting to go out and spending more time away from the home, where you can't monitor that and you just have to put your trust into your child, that's when I will look at them, maybe educating them on it and kind of sitting down and having the talk. And do you know what I mean? Because I feel like it's probably getting to about that age where you're going to maybe be around it a little bit more. Don't think primary school children you have to worry too much, especially I know like county lines, so people could argue that, but also I don't think you know, like if you've got a primary school child trying to go up to a drug dealer, like even though like drug dealers are breaking the
Slimy.
law, there's like an
Yeah.
ethic code where you probably wouldn't sell it to someone of that age anyway. So again,
Yeah.
that's another thing. It doesn't really concern me so much.
Yeah, and you don't get primary school kids around the back of the bike shed smoking cigarettes or even joints, do you? It just doesn't happen until secondary.
No, not really. If you do, it's very rare.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they should be left to be kids, but the system are rushing them to grow up too much, and this is my problem. I want kids to be. Oh, sorry. Hi, Mrs. J. Shabba. They need to be kids for as long as possible. You're only a child once, aren't you?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's important. I was only saying that the other day about political stuff. You know, like keep that away from primary school children. Also, keep that stuff away from them as long as possible as well. You know, just let them be kids, man.
Yeah.
Because even like the minute that you start talking about it, even though you're going to try and sit down and do it in the right way, you yourself are actually like introducing that to them just by talking about it and trying. Do you know what I mean? You might actually be telling them more than what they know anyway. You might be quite unaware about some of the stuff that you think that you've got to sit down and talk about. I don't know. So,
yeah. I mean, how many people have sat down and had the sex talk with their kids, and they've sat there, listened to it, and you're all uncomfortable and awkward about it, and then they tell you after, it's like, Dad, I already know because I've talked to their friends. You know, it's like, but do you? And then they start telling you, and that's even more cringy. It's like, all right, stop now. You know, too late for that. It's not uncommon, is it? Mrs. J.
Hello, Mrs. J.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had to pop on in the end. I was doing some work and I've stopped doing it to join this panel. Should parents tell their children the truth about the world of corruption? From my own experience, my son is the same as me, where he can't be hypnotized. So he also could see through all of the shit at a young age, you know, at a very young age. I was the same. So having to educate my son in a way that he would understand what was ahead of him was priority. Money, how to live independently. I did all of those things, you know, all of that. When he asked me, I told him the truth. That's how we did it. So if he asked me at age 10, I told him the truth. If he asked me at age 11, I told him the truth. If he asked me at age 15, I told him the truth. I also said, at this moment in time, I don't feel you need to hear this. So when I feel ready that you should hear this, I'll tell you, is how I played it with my son. Obviously, my lifestyle regarding my job, etc., really exposed us to a lot of drugs. So I had to redo the way in which I did my event stuff. So I couldn't go to places like Boomtown and stuff like that with my son. So I wouldn't take him to those festivals. He would come to the family festivals. So we'd go to the family festivals, and that's, you know, so that I avoided him physically seeing drugs, basically. He's told. I mean, no, I won't say that because that's uncovering him. But he still did it anyway. So I never did anything ever in front of my son until he was 15. And the reason why was he had already done stuff with his dad. So when he was 15, I knew that he was doing what he was doing. He wasn't allowed to do it with me. And when he was 16, we had the discussion about everything. But he already knew it well.
Yeah. You also can I just say you also you've mentioned communes. I mean, I have friends,
Yeah.
good friends who are travellers, and
Uh-huh.
I mean we've camped out with them and stuff, and it's all open, isn't it? It's all open. There's no kind of hiding anything in a well, it's similar, isn't it? A commune or a traveller community. Nothing's hidden.
No,
They just grow up with it. They just grow up with it,
no, they're very
and
different. They're very different.
yeah, yeah,
Traveller community and a
open.
commune
Oh,
are very, very different. I lived in a
oh,
massive
okay.
mansion house. I lived in a massive mansion house and had a 2-bedroom flat with my son in a commune.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. It's
yeah.
not the same
So
kind of
it's
commune I was
not
thinking
how
of then.
you're thinking. Yeah, people have a preconception of what that is. So when we left our flat and we moved to the community,
Yeah,
our flat looked over a acre of homegrown vegetables that were done in 4 quarters, and there was a rotation. So every day my son would go out, and in the morning they would come and get him in the morning because he was up early. Phil would come and get him, and my son learnt how to milk a cow when he was 3 years old. That's what he did.
you're talking more of an advance to a utopia rather than survival of travellers, aren't you?
I didn't live with, well,
Self.
I would say I'm a traveller in a house, really. But yeah, no, I lived in a community. It was what is classed as a commune. I lived in a community of people. There was 20 of us. At one
Okay.
point, my son was the only child there, but we also had a nursery school that was underneath was part of the mansion house. So my son went to nursery school there rather than him going to an awful inner city nursery school where you just don't know what these parents, because I lived in a
Yeah.
rough area, so I wanted him to grow up understanding that about what plants and animals are, what they do. We had ducks, chickens, 2 cows,
Sure.
and he lived in that. So I kind of took him away from all the corruption. We lived in a bubble. So I removed
Now,
him. Yeah.
I was gonna say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I removed him from what I was seeing as too much at an early age. But we moved back to Gloucestershire when he was 9, so 8, 9. And we lived on the edge of town, and he would steal from the local Sainsbury's. So I would take him down to Sainsbury's and tell them, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Don't let him steal from you. When I was one of those, when he asked me, I gave him the answer. I felt I did not want to lie to him about stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Basically.
I mean, do you go down the route of like, if you felt like you need to lie, you say nothing at all? That's what I even told my kids that. I said, if you don't get a response, I'm not comfortable answering that, but I'll try and answer the best way I can. Anything they ask. I mean, your son, being brought up that way, is he now? Do you see him as a self-sufficient person?
Oh, totally.
Because of
My
his
son
upbringing?
was my son was cooking. We had no cook Thursdays from the age of, well, since we moved into Stroud. So we had no cook Thursdays, and no cook Thursdays was where we got crap stuff. So we'd had stuff that went into the oven, that we didn't have to think about. So no cook Thursdays. But he would then put that pizza in and turn the oven on and know that it stays on for that amount. Then I taught him how to do beans on toast, then spaghetti bolognese, then chili con carne, then spaghetti carbonara, etc., etc. And now he's a head chef at a restaurant just outside Oxford.
Oh, fair play.
He's 22. But
you've done something right there.
Yeah, I hope so. He hates me at the moment, but that's what they do at that age.
Because
I was right.
You're a woman, of course you were. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
which is fine. He can,
You're a mother.
he can get on with it and be annoyed. Yeah. So, but I know that in any event from now on, with all of what's happened to us, whatever the situation was going to be in the next however many years from when he was 18, 19, I knew that he has the exact skills that I want him to have to survive.
Yeah. Yeah.
He understands.
Can I ask
He understands
just-
corruption. He sees corruption. He can see
Yeah.
corruption in the politics. He sees corruption on YouTube. He sees it on Facebook. He doesn't have a Facebook account. He's nothing. Hates all of it. All of it. Not interested.
Right. Can
Can
I
I
ask
just
you?
take
You
his-
know what? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna
Grim wants
say-
to talk.
Thank you.
We know his name's above the door. Go on.
Yeah, can I just say that I understand where you're coming from, Lord, regarding false allegations being made and the consequences of such allegations and the way that the police respond. And certainly, I hope that your son is able to overcome the barriers which the trauma has caused for him, and you can all move together forward. Having the police turn up, offer themselves in, and then take you and your wife away in front of your son is not the best of things, regardless. So, just wanted to acknowledge that. Sorry.
Is this what's happened?
In the past, yes, yeah, it's in the chat.
No way, man.
You know, so I mean, there's when it's on that sort of level, there's no hiding from it, and no hiding from the truth. But that is the
Hey, listen, there was never any charge or anything, so I can tell you there was never like this. You never find it anywhere. But my ex, same one that had that fucking non-mo up against me, set me up. Right, one day where she fucking made me think that I was meeting my daughter. We sat down and had a picnic here. She left me on the fucking this field with her. I remember her being in my arms. She said she'd go into the shop. Anyway, next thing you know, police are rocking up. Right, she's fucking making some big deal about how I'm trying to fucking kidnap my daughter, which I definitely wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, and I ended up getting fucking chased around fucking Durham, mate. They had a fucking chopper up in the air and everything. Like, straight up, I swear to God. I remember ringing my mum, and that's when they ended up fucking tackling me, man. They ended up finding me. I was hiding them. Yeah, I ended up getting nicked for it. And then I got let go with no further action.
Well, that's
crazy,
the worst
man,
of it,
women.
isn't it?
Crazy.
No.
No offense,
Yeah,
ladies.
men are as well, though.
I was
I'm
just
gonna
about to
say-
say we're just as crazy. We're just as crazy.
Women.
I wanted
women
to
are
put that
bitch-
out there before people say I'm attacking. I'm not. But
Women can be
crazy,
bitches.
aren't
Men can be dicks. Yeah, we know that.
we? And actually, that's not fair because my ex is not a true representation of most females. So shouldn't really have said that. Apologies.
Oh. Okay.
No comment. No, I mean, the police make mistakes, and when they go no further action, surely that should come with a sincere apology, not a half-baked one.
I want everybody to know, and you can clip it, do whatever you like with this. The police are corrupt. You need to tell your children. The politicians are corrupt. Tell your children. Tell them.
The police are corrupt because the government are corrupt. And the police are just like puppets for the government. Like, that's all they are.
Show your kids the truth. Obviously, you don't sit there with a 3-year-old and stick them in front of YouTube and go watch this. I'm talking about.
Here's a bit of AB. Stick that on.
Just, consider the age that you feel that your child is of an age where they will understand And if you slowly but surely educate your children, they will be able to see straight through everything that's going on. You need to tell them about the programming. You need to stop showing kids all of that shit on the TV, because the government are programming your children, and you must stop that, because that is corruption.
Well,
Yeah.
just to throw a spanner in the works, I know we've got loads of them around here, but the majority of parents, the majority of the public service announcement, the majority of parents in today's day and age, what's the easiest thing to do with a pre-nursery children? Spend every minute of the day with them, or stick them in front of the TV watching the CBBS or ITV, whatever it is, or the equivalent, just so that you can get on with things.
We spoke about this, Mrs. J, didn't we? About the Mrs. J, I'll call you Shub, sorry. About how many people they throw them the tablet or a phone. It's like, because they're throwing a tantrum, but that encourages them more, doesn't it? If they know they can get that little computer game or whatever they're playing on there, they'll throw another tantrum to get it, just like they would with anything, couldn't they? But it is. It's like, oh, please, I can't deal with this. Shut up here. Have this device and get brainwashed.
I think it depends how it's used, right? Like,
no, it doesn't depend how it's used. It should not be a tool to make your child, then here's a nanny for you, off you go. No, you need to start. You need to first educate your children about their life, who they are, where they stand in the world, and then introduce them to TV and stuff. We didn't have telly until my son was 9 years old.
Yeah, but then, we didn't have a lot of things back in so-and-so days either that we do now, and we all use it.
I'm not that old.
It's just like constantly sticking. If you're sticking... Listen, if you're sticking your kid in front of a telly 24/7...
Exactly.
That's not good.
I was brought
that's
up.
Not good. I'll agree with you that if you're doing it constantly, right? Like, that's not good. But
children spend around 6 hours a day watching shit. 6 hours.
What age group?
A day, on average. 88% of children. I did a little short on it because it really wound me up. 88% of children are being programmed by these computer things.
Yeah, I'm talking about pre-school, pre-nursery.
What about it?
Where it's easier for the parents to.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's a bit hard to say about that because. Oh, not a tablet. They shouldn't even be on a tablet at that age. Really? Should they?
Well, they do.
Preschool. You want my child to be on a tablet for not even like at school, like primary school yet? No. Why would I do that?
I'm talking about kids.
Some people do.
You can buy.
Send them to sleep.
No, you're not allowed to do that, apparently.
Sorry.
But what's easier, right, for parents? You've got a couple of kids roughly the same age, for argument's sake, or even one or more, doesn't matter. But the noise that they're making is stopping you from doing whatever it is that you need to do, which actually takes more precedent. So what's the easiest way to
Oh, yeah, if you're going to turn straight to that, if your thought is to turn to an electronical device and give them that every time. No,
when Stan Goo was a kid, right, he would be given a jigsaw to do, 2 pieces, and still take his time to do it.
My mother used to say to me, here are the corners, off you go.
We didn't even have jigsaws in our day.
But because technology is so easily available, and because the parents, younger parents, shall we say, they may take the easiest way.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, which is, what's the right way and what's the wrong way?
Ooh.
Yeah.
is, well,
Yeah, don't
for
do
us,
just- Go on, man.
Let's take the
As a
strong
parent,
opinions
you
out.
need to, as a parent, you need to make the choices that are going to be beneficial for the child and not yourself. You need to put your children first. And if that means you're cooking dinner, then your child helps you cook dinner, it understands what it is. It understands where the food comes from. It understands what herbs is. You go for a walk and you say what everything is in the hedgerow. And if you don't know yourself, you take a book with you, which is how I
Yeah.
did it. I took a book
And
with
you-
me, researched,
and you-
we went on adventures with it. We went looking for birds, go and make it a game. And nowadays, if you want to make it a game slightly different, turn it into a computer game and turn your high street into a computer game. And your child is like goes to different lampposts or something. Do you know what I mean? To get them to do these things, you've got to, as a parent, control how much you want your child to be seeing and watching for things jumping up and down with a square thing in their stomach, and that you zoom in on and watch another television program. Those are so crap.
Oh, well,
But-
there you go.
but you too have to learn. If you don't know something, my son said to I tell this story a lot. My son said to me, he came home from school. He was about 5 years old, 6 years old. He came home from school and he held his arm out and he said to me, "Mum, why do I have blue underneath my skin? Why is that blue there?" And I said, "That's your vein where your blood goes along." And he turned around to me and said that my blood's red. Right?
Ah.
And I said,
Okay.
yeah. I said, to be honest with you, do you know I don't know? Right? Let's look it up. So he then, because I didn't know, I got the information for him to show him, and I was honest with him. And it's the same about corruption. If they ask you the question, give them the answer. Think about, obviously, think about how you would word it, but they need to know.
I mean, I like what you're saying there, because like when you said you go out with a book and if you don't know, you find out. What I used to say to my kids, and you've kind of said it in a roundabout kind of way.
But-
if I didn't know, I'd say I don't know, but let's learn together, because we all know you can learn just as much from your kids in a reflective way than you can teach them.
You know what?
I don't know
Even
about just as-
schools now, though, right, promote like for a lot of stuff, even like homework to be done on laptops and tablets, and
It's not just homework, man. I told this Jay the other day. It's like the school where my youngest where he went to when he's in junior school. They had big eye screens instead of blackboards. They all had tablets to use. It was happening in the school. There was no escaping it. Even if you said like, you're not going to be stuck on a tablet. They're being forced to do it. Well, encouraged to do it at school.
No, they're still being encouraged to do it all on tablets and laptops, and
Yeah, man.
So it's still like, I don't know, man. I don't know. So
And
like
why
for
is
us, the lad that's at primary school, he gets like forms of homework, but it's all on the tablet, right? So he has to do whatever it takes him, like however long it takes him to do, right? But he has to do his homework on there. Once he's done that, we'll let him have like about an hour and a half. Well, he never has any more than an hour and a half. And we'll just let him go upstairs and go on his Xbox, but he always has to do that. So how much time is that? That's actually more than just an hour and a half of Xbox, because he's been having to stare into a tablet for however long that it's taken to do that homework also, rather than, as you say, read a book or sit there with a textbook and actually write it down pen to paper. It's
I buy, and I did buy once a month. I did it for a year, and then I just trying to think what some of the stuff that I did. But we would read a chapter each, But by the time he was 8, because we didn't have tell you anything. So by the time he was 8, he had Harry Potter books underneath his pillow because he was reading them over and over and over again, just because of the time we spent together when we were, you know, by the fire. We'd sit around the fire and we'd read stories and make stories up. I'd get him going and finding stuff, and we'd make stories up about stuff in the garden. To educate him so that I knew that he would have the life skills that I could say he's okay.
Yeah,
We've got to do that.
But
If you sit there on a phone in front of your child and talk to your child on a phone, but your child's there and you've got your the phone in your hand, and you're not communicating with your child by looking at them because you're too busy texting somebody else, what does that?
that's my ex.
What
That's
does that
my
do?
ex, right? That's my ex. I used to have to fight that to actually. No, I didn't have to fight it because we were friends. She was always on a phone or tablet. Oh, I'm too busy. Blah, 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 blah. So I grew up with my kids. You know, we were best friends. And as soon as they were old enough, I mean, we always read books. I encouraged them to read books from day one, or as soon as they could. And as soon as they were old enough, you know, when they could fluently read, I introduced them to Discworld. You know, Terry Pratchett. And not only I've got, well, yeah, same here. I've got most of them, but and I've read some of them 2 or 3 times. But I encouraged the kids, and they loved it. Not just to read chapters, we role played them. We took on the characters, multiple characters at a time because there's so many. They loved it. They loved it. It was acting to them. We would put on the voices, and you know, made it more interesting for them to read. But I didn't overdo it. We'd do like an hour and a half. If they wanted to do more, they could do more. But they didn't want to stop at times, but then then you can have some game time. You know, after homework, we do some reading. They used to love it every single night. But yeah, you're right. My ex used to sit there with her phone, and it's like she was a non-entity, really was.
We had obviously Harry Potter was. Yeah, Harry Potter was. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
What's that?
No, carry on. All right, I'll come back to it.
Well.
No, what I was going to say was, Bear brought up an interesting point, which is that his kids are told that they've got to do the homework on a tablet. Now, I probably would have thought that, personally speaking, that would have been something which would never, ever happen until a couple of years or so ago, right?
There you go. Yes.
And with the introduction of schools closing, etc., that was the first thing that was done. Let's arrange for kids that have teaching at home. How can we do that? We've got
it was going on before COVID, though.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's just everything went into it, and it became. Unless you were a parent at a school, you wouldn't know what's going on. You know. So when I saw this, I thought, well, hang on a second. Now we are brainwashing because there is no way that we're going to be able to watch what's happening and do everything else while the child is on the internet. Regardless, okay, it might have been issued by the Education Authority. It might have restrictions, but kids were encouraged to talk to kids, which isn't a bad thing, right? It's more to do with how that's monitored, shall we say, and how that's seen. I mean, I do see that as you know, we don't have the control that we would have if the kids were to come home from school and say something. We get onto the school straight away. Certainly in my day, and you take it up with the head, etc. If you didn't agree with something or you wanted to get an understanding of something. Now they're doing it from home and being told, "Oh, you've got to do it on this tablet," and if you haven't got it, or you've got to do it through this app. If you haven't got a tablet, then you can apply for a tablet, and we'll give you something which looks absolutely horrible, and everybody knows that you're not in a position to have your own. I don't know. I think schools are just as bad now. because they're being told that they've got to put kids have got to do the homework via tablet. I mean, writing skills, for argument's sake, has gone out the window.
Yeah, that now has been, that was the beginning of when my son went to school. So when he went to school, he was just on the cusp between smart boards and blackboards. So he was the sort of buffer between the two. His handwriting's appalling. I think parents should spend time doing that with their children. If you have anything like that, you should try and do that with your child. That way you have that connection, you have that bonding, you have that ability to then communicate with each other, and they then learn how to communicate with other people, and they've not got their head down or a mask on. It's so important that children see and understand expression, and they can also see that expression that is appearing on the television as well, because that also reveals.
You're talking about social interaction, aren't you? How important social interaction is. Hi, Rasta.
Yeah, because this is.
Does anyone think I know it's really not even something that can really happen these days anymore, but does anyone think that everyone eating as a family is still important? Like sitting down at a family table and having that one meal where the whole family gets together, and within a household, obviously. I'm not talking like a whole fucking family get together here.
Yes.
I feel like that's gone as well.
It's
got one time a day where everyone would sit at the
really
table. You'd ask how everyone's day was. Everyone no, I'll have my dinner. Put it in the microwave. Next person's doing something. The child will be upstairs. I think that's lost.
My father had. We went over for dinner. This is a few years ago now. We went over for dinner, and my dad had his mobile next to him at the dinner table, and it went off, and he picked it up and answered it. I went absolutely ballistic at him. I was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Oh, I said, "We don't do mobile phones at the dinner table, thank you very much." And that includes you. You can't then show my son a different way of how I've been bringing him up. We don't have any tablets, any form of flipping
like
that at the dinner table, because that is the time where you have half an hour where your child could be just sat there eating their dinner and tell you something that's happened at school, and whilst they're eating and you are sharing food and time and conversation, that is the moment that your child is able to express and tell you and feel comfortable enough to tell you what's going on at school. And if we've removed that, they're now using social media and each other online to have that conversation rather than with their parents.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's why it's important in our household. We do it. We all sit at the table as a family.
That's fair enough.
My missus is more strict about that than myself. But I do get it. I do think it's important.
Very traditional. Well, we never did that, but although saying that, when I'd cook for the kids and they were eating, we would sit down and chat. I never really ate with them. We didn't have that kind of household where we'd sit down and have a meal together or a Sunday roast or anything like that. But I spent a lot of time with my kids, enough time to make up for that. They didn't see the importance of sitting down for a meal. To me, that was too traditional in my family, and I was breaking loops. I didn't want to bring my kids up the way I was brought up, and maybe I went too far, and I just, what I mean, I broke every single tie to the way I was brought up. Maybe it was wrong, but I don't think so. I can understand where you're coming from, and I can see how that works, but I don't feel like I needed to sit down and eat and talk. Especially when you're saying don't talk while you're eating, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It's a bonding experience.
All I mean is families are a lot more busy now. The way the world is, it used to be that one parent only had to really go to work, the other one could stay at home. Yeah. So it is very busy. Households are a lot more busy now. So all I'm saying is, because of that, I do think it's important that people try and fight, because some people don't find the time to kind of do it any other time. So
No.
if you're not going to do it any other time, then maybe that one time, and like I say, it'd be a meal time, isn't a bad thing. But as I say, it's not for everyone. Me personally, I just think it's, you know what I mean? Like my missus, like, you're not sitting and eating with us. She gets a bit shitty about it, man. Seriously, so like, I don't know. It's like a pet hate of hers, man. I don't sit at the table.
I can't stop on. I've got a delivery turning up, but I'd like to make a comment on what the subject is all about. And yes, most definitely, the past 2 years has shown that you need to inform your children of the corruption and everything going on. You know, you've got a lot of children which are suffering with mental problems and what have you because of the lies and the deceit and what have you. We haven't got young children, obviously, but whenever we spoke to our grandchildren and our grandchildren mentioned anything to do with the past 2 years, we did turn around and say, don't worry about it. It's not as bad as what they're saying it is and everything, because children do need to be informed of what's going on and allow them to ask more questions if they're interested. And this is it. I think Mrs. J was saying exactly the same thing. The children aren't going to learn it from school. That's for certain. At any age, from start of school to the end of school, they will not tell you about the corruption or anything because they are part of the corruption. So obviously they're not going to get it from anywhere else but from the parents. So I think now at this day and age, maybe even before, to be honest, but the past 2 years with the amount of depression and what have you, which children are suffering with, I've put it that parents have been neglecting their children. And that is that they didn't bother doing any research whatsoever. They had no excuse because they all got internet. They've all had the opportunity to look into themselves to find out more information. So if they didn't, then they neglected their children full 100%, because you should have made sure that you was informed to be able to inform your child. And that's why there's so many children now out there with mental issues, which could have been avoided if parents had bothered to actually do something about it.
Can I ask you something, Masseron? I mean, what kind of age? I mean, okay, you don't want. What kind of age do you think is the best time to start? You know, informing them that you don't want to scare them too early in life, right? Surely.
Well, the government have done a good job in doing it. When you look at it,
Called him Ronovich for nothing.
Yeah. The government have already put the fear into kids, and if the parent had bothered to gain as much information as they possibly could, and then they could have informed the children. But instead, what they did was tell the children what the government was telling them and what mainstream media was telling them, and that's what they were putting onto the children. So there you go. That, you know, it's neglect once again from the parents, allowing the fear to be put into the children because the arsehole parents just couldn't be asked to.
Yeah.
And that's fact.
Yeah.
I think you'll find I think there was a lot of parents though that even like the ones that were very much like, oh no, it's very dangerous. Even those people, I believe, not all of them were so sure when it came to children, though, were they? Like,
well, you should have done because your child was asking, you know what I mean? Why can't I go and see my mate Timmy? Why can't I go and see?
Come down to the school. So unless you just physically keep your kid out of that school, there again, when your kid goes to that school, they're in the care of those teachers, right? So from the hours of 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, they could be filling them with all sorts, Master on.
Yeah, but that's where it comes down to the parental duty, then, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Because we all know that.
I'm sure they did. I can't imagine there's many parents out there that tried to scare their children in thinking, "Oh no, they're right. Oh no, they're right. Make sure you do this, and no, I don't believe that.
I don't know. I don't know. I saw a lot of children being forced to wear masks. That had come across a lot of
Yeah,
children
by the
that would
school.
move out of
By
their
the school.
move out. Yeah, but that was down to the parents. The parents should have been given them.
So what?
lots of
Then the parents
information.
should have kept them off school, and what would happen to the parents is they'd probably leave it a day at the very most, yeah. And then a lot of these schools now will actually physically come out to your house. They will send like the head teacher to your front door. If you do not approach, then they will just send it straight over to the.
Okay. The very first lockdown, children weren't allowed to go to school. They weren't allowed to see their cousins, their uncles, their great grandmother. All these sort of things. So, because you're a parent, you couldn't be asked to get on the internet to find out a little bit more information, like sensible parents did, so then they could inform their children.
And that's what I'm thinking. I think there were a lot of sensible parents. I think there were. I didn't see many children that were walking around with masks on in the streets and shops, if I'm honest. It might have been happening at school, but I didn't see it in the shops, bro, if I'm honest. And that's just me being honest.
We did.
What, children?
We did. Yep, children. We saw.
I see the odd one and that, like our lad wanted
yeah.
to wear one because they were selling like Fortnite ones and that, which is wrong. They were jazzing them all up, like, so the kids would want to wear them, right?
Yeah.
But he soon realised it was annoying having it on his face, and that novelty wore very thin. So he got past that.
You had the teddy bear thing. You had the rainbow thing, and what have you. You had the bow thing. You know what I mean? And it was all to try to instill how can you say it, a little bit of fun into the situation, which was a bad situation. But people ain't gonna like what I've got to say. I don't really give a shit if people don't like what I've got to say.
Well,
but it's a fact.
Just go over a couple of things, Master. One of the, earlier on, there was a comment regarding not everybody has the internet. So if I know from experience, the number of people who didn't have the internet, and the way that the government did everything they could to get the internet providers to provide the service, that brought about change in the sense of essential package at a low cost to parents rather than free internet. And then there's something which DeWitt's put up regarding one of the best ways is to teach kids around growing flowers, plants, veg, because it encompasses math, science, biology, chemistry, home economics, physical and mental education.
Well, how were the children being taught at home before the schools opened?
When they closed, not a lot of parents were able to provide access to the internet, and also the software wasn't available at the time.
Some schools were giving out paper form as well. Still,
They're having like packs delivered out to homes, and some schools would like get the parents to go there, just one parent masked up, and it would be handed out and things like that. There were a few different ways it was done. I think it wasn't just all electronically.
Yeah.
So I don't know one family, not just family, adult, that hasn't got access to the internet.
Yeah, of course they have, Master Ron. You know these people that say they haven't. They've got the top phones, though, haven't they? They've got the top phones and they've got the internet on their phone. But then I can't afford the internet. Can't afford to feed my children. Fuck off, man. Get rid of your fucking top phone and you'd be able to, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you've got the top phone, then you got your Xbox, which you can share the information from your phone to another device. So there's no reason at all which stops somebody from sharing their internet onto another device. You can tether it. There's not a problem.
You can go anywhere now. You can go McDonald's and hook up. You can go anywhere and hook up to Wi-Fi as well. There's like
Well, no, you couldn't
Exactly.
at the time. You couldn't at the
No,
time, and that was the
people should.
whole problem. Not everybody had access to the internet. Not every parent or family was able to connect to the internet because of the cost
Well, like I say, I would
I don't
be
know
interested to
anybody
know
that
how
hasn't
many of
got
those
it.
families had top mobile phones and internet data on their phones. I'd be interested to know how many of those families still had that
Well, they couldn't pass
within
the
that
credit.
percentage.
If they couldn't pass the credit check to get basic internet installed, they're not going to have the world's greatest phone.
I don't
So,
know. I don't know.
you know,
I don't know. I don't agree with that. Obviously,
No.
I think
It's
I've seen
people
it.
should be. I
you know,
grew
some,
up when the internet wasn't around, so I learned about knowledge before the internet, and well, it seemed to be better knowledge to know than what
Yeah.
you can learn on the internet anyway. You know.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right,
you are
Rasta.
better. Yeah, that's true. You do learn more from the
I,
internet these days than what you would from anything else back. You know that. What? Yeah, that's kind of true.
yeah, sort of the point which was made by DeWitt confirms that really. Hello, Anne Marie. Sorry, I've not had a chance to say hi to you.
Hello, everybody.
My concern is that we're painting stereotype families, and in the ideal world, everyone would have access to the internet. I know, I mean, where I've moved to, not everyone has got access to the internet because they can't afford it because of the costs. The
Yeah,
costs
I've just seen that
are
comment as well, which I
ridiculous.
didn't bother to consider, and that's that not some people will live in remote places in the UK as well that probably you probably can't even get internet. So that's a
Sorry, Mrs. J, I've got a full panel.
I can go backstage
Yeah, I
if
didn't
you
ask you.
if you want to say something. Yeah, I'll drop down. Do you want to drop me down? I can't do it myself.
Just leave. Oh, I'll put you in the back, you mean?
Yeah, put me in the back rather than leave.
Ah, right. There you go. Swap.
That's really kind of you, Stangy. That's really kind of you. I'm sorry about that. My internet dropped.
Oh, it's okay.
Gave me enough time to eat a peanut butter sandwich.
So, as I say, the way that I was looking at it was, you know,
Exactly, Anne-Marie.
I don't want to put people into boxes in any way, shape or form, but not everybody can afford access to the internet, even now. That's why there's a lot of the internet providers are offering packages to people who are on credit, whatever it's called, universal credit, etc. But they've still got to be means tested. They've still got to prove that they're on that. But there's no understanding of paying out an extra £15 a month for internet's going to have on the family, or because that's a lot of money to some people. Because they can't, as it is, they can't afford to put the food on the table. That's why we've got food banks, etc. You know, unfortunately, we shouldn't be in that situation in 2022. You know, a choice between heating and having internet.
Why do you say that, Grim? Why do you say we shouldn't be in that situation in 2022?
Because the fact that we've put everything into private companies, they want to make a profit. They have responsibility to their shareholders. So by reducing the cost at one end, increases the cost somewhere else down the line. What about the people who are just outside of the lowest threshold, that they are working, and because they're claiming working tax credits, granted it's going to be moved over to Universal sometime, but they could be a couple of pounds over per month, and therefore they're not going to qualify for it. So they've got to pay out full price, which makes it even harder. So
they have changed that slightly.
Well,
Anne-Marie made a good
recent.
point.
They have changed that slightly recently.
Yeah, but
you can earn.
Yeah,
by what I knew during the first lockdown, by what I knew about it, was that there was provided free internet, especially for the children that were supposed to attend school, and they provided them with tablets
Yeah,
as well,
keep them on the
by
square
what I can
screen, you
remember.
know. Keep them,
Exactly.
yeah, keep
So
them
they were stored from
programmed.
home. So free internet was given to parents with children at home.
Carry on programming.
Yes.
This reminds me of like the Mrs.
No,
J, your
yeah.
show last night. We're kind
Yeah,
of saying, well,
it actually
mobiles
ties
don't
in really
really
well,
help,
doesn't it?
you know. And Anne Marie said the exact thing, what I was talking about basically. Don't be reliant on the internet. Learn about things around you, basically. Well, that's my views. Teach your kids about,
Yeah, I totally
you know, learn
understand that,
together,
Lester.
basically.
Yeah, I was
You
actually going
know,
to ask the whole question. It's like, why is the internet and all that stuff necessary?
it isn't. It's there to distract you from life.
To
You know,
carry
so
on the
why?
corruption, my lovely.
Well, I mean, well, of course. I mean, let me ask you guys when it comes down to,
Hello, Rita.
hello, Miss J. But when it comes down to the like 5th generation cell network and all that on beyond, have you seen a lot of that infrastructure being put up in your areas?
Mhm.
Yeah, we've got a lot of it going just outside where I am now. The idea is to bring even cheaper stroke, not so
Well,
cheap internet.
that's one of the ways they're going to have to put that infrastructure in to actually get into those remote areas, as you're saying. But that's another reason why they. That's part of the plan in the first place, is actually to actually get into like you can. Their actual plan is to actually, if you can be dropped in the middle of the Amazon forest, you'll still have Wi-Fi. That's how they're wanting to get it to the point. But they're going to need the broad bandwidth to do that, and the Internet of Things to be in conjunction. This is a dangerous move into that, and that's another thing too. It's like if the infrastructure is put in place where it becomes almost mandatory for you to have internet service to even live, that becomes a problem.
That's where you hit 1984.
I know, but I think that's
But
the one, isn't it?
but if we
I
didn't
think
have the
getting
internet in the past 2 years, how would we have been able to find out the alternative information, what your newspapers, your TV was telling you? We
That's what I
wouldn't
mean.
have
That's the
found out
flip
what
side, isn't
we
it?
know.
That's the flip side.
Yeah,
well, there is a flip
exactly.
side of like if
The
it
thing
wasn't
with
there,
that,
it
if we
wouldn't
go
have screwed
back,
things up. Sorry.
if we take
You'd be
it
cuckoo
back
land.
100 years when the last pandemic happened, they just got on with their lives. They didn't know what was going. I didn't know what was going on in Newton Abbot. I didn't know what was going on in Exeter.
We
I
got
would
that.
have
That's the week out Back to the Future, bro.
you just go.
I don't even can't even work out what that is, man.
Yeah, but it still comes down to having CB radio, but you're still not going to be able to find factual information to share with somebody. All you're doing then is by saying, "Oh, this is what I think." I've got no actual factual information that I can actually give you. I can just tell you what I think is happening. Nothing substantial.
Hello.
I can go even a step further on that end of it. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. It's just CB radio. Yeah, eventually, more likely will be the only way you're going to communicate the way the world's going and everything. But when it comes down to information, you won't be able to have the factual information to share to somebody. It'll be just pie in the sky stuff.
If that was the case, I know I'd still be doing, if my son was of an age of 10 or 12 or whatever, if this situation happened and we didn't have the internet, I'd be just getting on with my life.
Yeah.
I'd just be getting on with my life.
Teaching your kid about life.
I wouldn't know, what your
Well, it depends on what's going on. It depends on what's going on. If the internet was to go down and then stay down,
You might get a community back again.
well, I'm curious what the community around you would be like in about 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 weeks into it. If the whole cell network and everything just went down.
It'd be quite hard on a lot of people, wouldn't it?
Well, here's a scenario. Let's look at the past.
reality.
I could talk about, from personal experience. When you had 3-day week of the miners, and you had power on and off, depending on which side of the street you were on, depending on whether you had power one day or another day, or how often your power was removed. Can you imagine something similar happening due to the way the world is at the moment? Well, you can have power because you've been good, but you've not been so good because you've been doing
Social
this. So
credit score.
yeah, and you can't have access to the internet because we see you as being provocative in some way.
Right.
If I lost all power, I wouldn't be able to communicate with a lot of people, right? I communicate with a lot on the internet. I've met a lot of people on the internet. I've spoken to God knows how many people over the last 2 years or so. Whereas if I didn't have access to it, I wouldn't be able to. There's just me and the wife. I haven't got kids now. They've all moved on, etc., which is fine. But what about parents don't know how to be parents? This is just my opinion, because they don't know how to deal with children without the electronic gadgets, without the internet.
Children having children.
So if you can't communicate, what do you do if the internet goes down? You've probably seen the adverts in the past, people looking at each other because they just don't know what to say. They don't know how to communicate. They've lost that skill. It's like the skill of writing. Because now everything's done on a tablet in school, the actual skill of handwriting's gone out the window. They don't teach it anymore. You have to go to
as a parent, that is part of your role now, is to teach your child how to write. That is your role as a parent.
But if you're not able to read and write yourself, or your writing is really bad, for whatever reason, you are at a disappointed further back in the line of being able to teach that at home, or to take that responsibility on as a parent.
Well, I've got to shoot off because my dinner's turned up. But it's been a pleasure to come on. But the only thing I'll leave us with is this. We don't live in the age of no technology. We live in the age of technology. Since we live in the age of technology, use it wisely and more informative instead of just listening to what you're being told from your TV set and radio. Anyway, everybody, take care.
Cheers.
Nice one. Great words. Cheers, Master.
Great.
Take
Cheers.
care.
Speak to you again soon. Take care now.
All right, mate.
Bye, Outlaw.
Bye, everybody.
See you,
Outlaw.
All right, Master.
So how do you think how do you think, and what do you think is the answer then? So should your parents tell their children the truth about the world of corruption? Now that we've kind of had this little chat, what's your view on it now?
Can I add something to that? I put something in the chat there. When my kids were in junior school, we read horrible histories. And they thought it was fun then. They thought it was fun until they went to secondary school, started learning the history and started questioning. I think that was the lead up, although that could be propaganda in itself. But still, the idea was there. Question everything, especially, when it comes to what you're being told, not taught. I mean, mathematics, English, stuff like that, yeah. But when it comes to history, question it, or even in your mind. And, as they grow older now, they're questioning everything because of those little ideas. I mean, I don't want to tell them the truth when they're at that age, because they should be kids. So we did it that way. And I didn't want to go into it too deeply until they were in secondary school when they think they know everything.
Continue the lie of Santa Claus.
There's a fine line of question everything, because what can happen is your child will question back with instead of giving you the answer or researching the answer, they are quick-witted and will answer back with a question. So you have to, it's a real fine line.
Should we allow our children to believe that the world is like Santa Claus, or should we just basically not even entertain that lie in the first place?
Can I
I
say
mean,
something
you
about
get what I'm
that?
saying. I'm using Santa Claus as a
Yeah,
metaphor
yeah.
with all the other stuff.
I
You
mean,
get what I'm saying?
the thing is about Santa Claus, right? It's when they're very young, it's like introducing them to the idea of something magical. You know, it's imaginative, it's magical. Okay, they grow older and think, you lied to me for all those years. But, you know what I mean? You lied to me. Why did you do that? But I enjoyed, you know, I mean, I don't do Christmas anyway, but I do go through this. When they were very young, I went through the Santa experience, and we did have like candles and lights and stuff, and you know, made the play, but not for Christmas. You know, I mean that was a line that was drawn. But yeah, I believe that at that age, a very young age, they should, you know, be in a fairy tale world. You know, they should, because that
Use
it enhances their
imagination.
yeah, exactly,
I really,
imagination.
yeah, I think in the skill of being able to use your imagination. If you put your child in front of a screen, you don't need to do that. It does it for you.
Yes, it's lazy, isn't it?
I grew up
Yeah.
in
The
poverty,
the
and I
the
knew my parents
corruption.
couldn't afford. You know,
Sorry.
so I'm just saying I grew up in poverty, and I knew my parents couldn't get us everything I wanted, what I asked for, because everybody else was getting the things. You know, like, it's bad, really, because it's all commercialized. They want you to spend as much as you can. Well, skint yourself.
Keep the economy
You
going. The
know,
corruption is there.
Yep.
That's what it's all about, Christmas. It's not about anything else.
Yeah.
It used to be, to
But
a
I mean,
certain extent.
I was
Not
even using
really.
that for a metaphor for even like the whole lie of like even like
Yeah.
the government authority and all that blah blah blah. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's just it's in a sense it's like okay you're brought up to believe certain things, but then it's like you find out this is all fraud. You know what I mean? And
and then you learn the truth about Santa. That he didn't give you presents. He used to
It's
take
not
your
just
kids
that
away.
you've lied to your child, even though you've made this magical thing. It's not something where you're using your imagination to create something where you walk down a path, say, "Oh, did you see that fairy?" and you go on a little adventure and pretend that you've done this, that, and the other. It's a absolute lie. So you're completely and utterly instilling from day one I'm just saying because obviously I did do the Christmas thing. I want to just let you know that before I'm saying this, but it is, and so you're automatically engaging in the corruption without even thinking about it because it's been normalized so much and become such a massive thing that it's so
worldwide.
again it's yeah, it's a fine line, all because of a Coca-Cola advert.
There you go. I was just going to say that. From the age of 6 or 7, when my kids realised that we were lying to them, you know, they were taught that Charles Dickens reinvented Christmas, that Coca-Cola was, you know, they strayed away from the green man to the red and white. You know, they were aware of all that, like when they were about eight plus. You know, that's the truth, isn't it? It's the truth. And it, you know, what is the idea of Santa Claus? But that's a different story, isn't it?
I was going to say this is maybe a little bit too sad for you, but when I was 8 years old, I found out that I was adopted, not by my parents, but by they had all the paperwork in my cupboard in my bedroom, and I was looking for things and come across it. But yeah.
Oh, that's
and
quite
I just
sad.
thought, why you could have told us earlier, you know. So
hang on, are you saying you were adopted by the parents that you see as your parents, or you mean you were adopted and then brought back to your parents?
No, I was a baby in Middlesbrough, and my parents couldn't have kids, so they adopted me. But I just thought, you know, like the way I see things is you should be truthful with your kids from day one, you know.
Oh, like, I don't know. I had something similar happen to me.
I don't think there's an age. I think the longer you wait, the worse it'll be, you know.
I had something similar to me, right? There was a secret held from me for many years, and I must have been about 9 or 10 when I found a document, and it was my brother's death certificate, right?
Really?
And I thought, what the hell? And then I had all these flooding memories going back, and I remember the pictures and the little kid that was with me that I kind of, I went through dark times as a kid, and it's like, whoa, why? I mean, why would they, if they weren't honest with me in the beginning, saying like your brother's died? I mean, I was young anyway. It's like, oh, I don't know. Some things are just too shocking and could kind of like disrupt your growing, if you know what I mean. I can only think that's why they held it back. Sorry,
I mean, put
Annie.
yourself in their shoes, and you think about it. I mean, they're probably thinking that you're too young to even understand what's going on in the first place. You know what I mean? That's probably why they kept it, and then it became easier just to keep it a secret.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, it was really dark growing up because not only my brother died, but so did my aunt. There was a string of deaths, and there was darkness within the family. So I think that they tried to shut it out. I mean, I've spoken to my mum, like, now we're all grown up, and she said, like, she shut it out. Yeah, exactly. They shut it all out, and that's why I wasn't informed. It was their struggle. And I guess they didn't want to push it on to their kids, if you know what I mean. But it was quite a shock for me. Quite a shock. Yeah, because I'd forgotten they'd not erased it. They had pushed it aside so much. I had no idea what happened until I saw the name, the death date, and it's like, that was my little brother.
How old were you?
I must have been I was about 4.
Mm-hmm.
And he was newborn, but he died of cot death. But I remember the photos were hidden, weren't they? Of course.
Like,
yeah.
Sorry, Stanky.
The baby and then no baby.
Yeah. But I do remember stuff, and it'd come flooding back when I saw that, and it was like, whoa! I remember my baby brother, but yeah. Yeah, I can understand why they weren't truthful with me, or they weren't not being truthful. Like Wingnut said, they were just holding it back. They couldn't tell me. They couldn't tell me.
How do you raise that one, really?
No, exactly.
Unless you're like totally honest and open, like family, where you talk about everything.
Well, we do though. My family was always open, but I guess that was a different story. That was a different story.
Too painful for them, really.
Yeah.
You've got to think it was too painful, so
of course
they couldn't really. They didn't want to mention it.
Did they hide photos or anything like that from you?
Yeah. They hid the photos. I found the photos with the death certificate. I found them, and when I saw them, it all come flooding back. And it was like, oh, wow. Well, it did mess me up for a while because I was quite young. So imagine how it would have messed me up when I was younger. Or would I have been too young to even acknowledge it and accept it?
You would have just grown up with it, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Like when you lose a pet, like you know straight away that it's lost, and then you bury it or whatever in your garden or something.
Yeah. Some see that...
quickly, like when we're on about like teaching your kids and things. Well, every time I go out in my garden, I learn something new, and I would love to have a kid to teach them what I've just learned as well. Like today, I've just found out that I don't know if you checked any chats or anything, but I put some video on about me chuck. It's hatched 3 or 4 little chicks out today.
Oh.
So
I'll check it out.
Oh, it is cute.
It's meant like you've seen that, didn't you?
Actually, I'm going to look at it now. I'm going to mute up.
There's the first. He's volunteered to mute up.
Oi.
Thank God for that. He deserves to be punished. Right. No, I think everybody has brought something, been open and honest and brought it up to be discussed. I wasn't expecting an answer, by the way. It's just something which I thought, hang on a second. We have gone through a couple of years of hell. We've got issues with what we do tell our children, and I do feel as if we're sort of damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, in some respects. And it's great winging up for you to give us your point of view from a different perspective as well. So I appreciate you coming up and chatting about it. I better bring you back. You'll think I'll start. I'm picking on him.
Yeah.
Oh, you kicked me out too. All right, I didn't realise that. I was talking to myself, right?
Talking
Okay.
away again.
Oh no, I can't see the video. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think different generations, and it sounds silly that, but depend on when you were born, depended on how you were brought up, depended upon what you do moving forward.
Yeah, we've got an issue with sort of, I would say 15 to 25, maybe 15 to 30, because at that point there was no restrictions, there was no age restrictions, there wasn't YouTube Kids, there wasn't all of that shenanigans. So our children between the ages of who are between the ages of that didn't have the parental restrictions that are available to us now. It was too late, if you know what I mean. There was a lot of young people have relied on this, you know, they've relied on the technology to communicate with the world like we are now, but they're doing it themselves. You know, we're doing the same thing right now. But we are of an age where we understand pre-internet and what it was like before the internet, but our children don't have that anymore, and they will never have it. You know, it's never going to be there. We're never going to have that ever. It's gone. But what we can do is expose how the corruption is being played using the internet and screens, if you know what I mean. Sorry, I'm maybe not making sense here. Hopefully I am.
No, you are.
I also believe that there's other ways of if we put our heads together in our ingenuity and our inventiveness, we can find ways to communicate outside of the infrastructure they provided for us.
Mm-hmm. Good old pen and paper.
I mean, that's one way.
Email.
Face to face is another way. Face to face is another way. But there's other ways of older technology that still work. But it, you know, I mean, I've even come up. You know, there's even ways of like I was even making a rudimentary television, analog television transceiver where I was able to send video just like on channel 3 or channel 4 of regular analog TV. You know, they don't use that anymore. Everything's turned digital now. So analog frequencies are the same television frequencies. And you think about it, a picture sends 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
like
I think local agrees with you. I agree with you.
Right.
The only thing is that over in the UK, everything is regulated, right?
Well,
and the old analog services are now being used for more internet connection rather than anything else.
Okay.
Which is where because there's more space available, and that's the reason.
Yeah. That's the reason why they're trying to move to that 5th generation, 6th generation cell network.
Yeah,
because it's broad bandwidth.
The government will make money off it when they sell it. This is the problem. That's what it's all about. I mean, if you're looking at corruption, in my opinion, that is corrupt because the airways should be free. Well, they are free, technically.
Yeah, well, they don't own them. They just claim control over them.
Yes, that's it. We have an organisation called Ofcom, which oversees the majority of broadcasting
It's
and
like
has the
FCC over here, I
responsibilities.
guess.
Yeah. So whatever they say, people have to do. So, but they can only do things when they're granted the power by the government. So there's a few things which are coming up where there's some changes going on, which will grant this government clan go Ofcom more power, but at the same time, passing power to platform providers to be able to do more things that they can do now. And it's a bit like book passing. So they can turn around and say, we are not creating a nanny state. It's all about freedom.
Grim, this is what was popping into my mind also on the same question you put up on the title too. Is like, for your children to really understand the corruption, they're going to have to understand the government and how it works in the first place. To know
It's funny how they don't teach that in school.
What really their natural rights are, and blah blah blah, and all this other stuff, like even under common law, you know what I mean, all that good stuff. Know all that stuff, the basics of that stuff first, before they can even understand what corruption is going on. You know what I mean? I mean that's something like when it comes down to actually just teaching your kids this. There's going to have to be a foundation first before you build up on top. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Anne-Marie, I don't know if you watched Mrs. J's show last night, but you maybe should, because Thursday night, sorry. Yeah, it's kind of good, like.
Yeah, we talked about how our children becoming AI. So it's about how the child is so connected to a screen that it can't live without said screen. So it is attached to it. It's becoming part of them. They come in, and as soon as they come in, they bring their charger in and they plug into your house, and they sit there in the corner with the phone, and their head down wide into the electrics in my electric plug. It's
and pictures were sad, weren't they?
Yeah, and that was just off the first page. The first page of images, what I showed yesterday.
Show us your face, no more lies, please, so I know it's you. And then I'll let you up.
Go full screen. Put your banner up, Grim. Although it
all right,
is.
Cheers, mate. Give me 2 seconds. I trust you not. Well, I do, actually, to a certain extent. I have to, tell you what.
You're listening to the Grim Reaper radio show.
Let's have a 5-minute break.
Play the music that you like to listen to, honestly, here on the Grim Reaper radio show.com. We transmit live throughout the world here on the Grim Reaper radio show, playing music from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Wow, this is amazing. I told you, we're not going to stand for it for long. The UK is going to come, shoulder to shoulder, stand together. No more brutality, no more corrupt ways. We're finishing it, guys. We told you it's the beginning of the end. Have a lovely day. This is what's happening now. Coming right on your toes, boys. Leave us alone. People fighting for freedom. No, we don't have a policy. We never said that. Stop putting words in. No, you've got the policy, not us. The memo got sent out by the National Police Chiefs Council to all constabularies to say if anybody's auditing outside the police station to leave them alone. You missed the memo, officer. Have a lovely day. You're dismissed. No, we actually cover stories, mate. We've told you how many times you need to tell him before you'll actually understand. How did you get to sergeant and can't listen? Yeah, listen, you're a sausage, mate, with bacon breath. Dirty bacon breath. You want to be insulting? Why are you insulting me, bacon breath? Called him bacon breath and he took his nerve that. Think he wanted to nick me for it. Have a lovely day, you're dismissed. Lovely day. lovely day, lovely day, have a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, have a lovely day. You missed the memo, man. Lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, have a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, have a lovely day. Yes, guys, that was fruity, that. When I asked you if you were locking the gate, you said yes. So it's not twisting things, it's actually you lying about things, actually, officer. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day, guys. I was eating my wrap, but I seen the dollar sign on top of your head, so I thought I'd... Have a lovely day, guys. God bless people like you, and thanks for being civil with us. Stop wasting our tax dollars, please, guys. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day. Look at him laughing now, he's all jovial, but you know, we're a bit nasty a minute ago when he thought we didn't have followers. You missed the memo, officer. Have a lovely day, you're dismissed. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. I tried to have a lovely day, yeah. And then it choked on a piece of chicken, man. But exactly, so why do I need to ask your permission? I did it so I could educate you and say we're in a public place, yeah, and in a public place I can film anything I can see with my eye, and that happened to be you. And now you hope you're getting filmed even more. It doesn't matter if you're obviously butter over it, aren't you? You are, you're moaning, crying. Butter, yeah, crying. You're crying like a baby over it. Ooh, he's got a camera in my face. So what, who cares? Who cares? You've got cameras all over your police station. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely day, guys. One last thing before I go. Do you feel hard with that taser on? Sorry about that, mate, but have a lovely day.
I like that one. Right. Before we go any further, no more lies. I just want to make sure that you understand. I don't want to be talking about any ongoing issues that you may or may not have with anybody. Just be respectful to all. That's all I ask. Hopefully you won't mind that at all, and you will be respectful. So, on that note, how are you doing?
Well, I don't think you would have let me on if you didn't think I was going to be respectful. Of course I'll be respectful. I listened to you. Yeah, if you look back, Mrs. J wants me email to the interview or something. I'll do that. So I'll put it backstairs, yeah, if you can give it to her, please.
I got it. Can I ask? Is there not an O after the N at the beginning of that, or is it NMO?
MNO, yeah. No more lies.
Yeah, but there's no O after the N.
Just what is it? NMORE.
So it's more lies, right?
I just wanted to just check because there wasn't I wasn't an O there. Okay, cool. I've copied that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll set something up, and it won't go on YouTube if you don't want it to go on YouTube.
No. I don't care. No, I don't care. Listen, it'd be a free journey for YouTube and how it's changed now, and how YouTube is messed up.
Well, yeah, that's fine. As I say, that's for a discussion for another time. And we can have it on an open platform. If it can't go on YouTube for whatever reason, then we'll put it somewhere else. That's not a problem. So
I'll still do an interview with you if you want, Graham.
Which either we'll probably both do it. You know, I don't know. We'll see it because if you want to do it in the next few days, I'm not around for the next few days, so I'm taking a break. So it's maybe my last live, but I never say never. You never know, it might pop up tomorrow.
I might be boring though because I'm not drinking no more. So,
but anyway, with regards to our discussion this evening, there's been a definite mixed bag of different opinions, both on the panel and in the chat. Although I've not had a chance to mention so much which has been going on in the chat, I have been watching it. So I do appreciate the fact that people have taken the time to listen to a semi-serious subject. I say semi-serious because you never know which way the Stango is going to go with it.
Sorry,
From a comedian point of view.
Yeah. But I think it's time to sort of enjoy Saturday night and come away from the formal part and etc. So, Stangu,
yeah,
have you got anything which you have ready to share?
I have. What do you mean, game-wise, or are you talking about porn bombing?
We don't do that. We might get the Queen bomb occasionally.
Okay, I'll put it away. I do have some games set up. I have
Very
some
few
games
people I trust for the Queen.
No, we're
What a
keeping the Queen
shame.
out of this. I'm a bit sick of the Queen. Well,
what
are we
about
talking about doing it
Millionaire?
now? Millionaire.
Yeah.
We
It
could do a bit
crashed
of
on
that,
us
but
on 32.
it played it, and I'll tell you what, I played it today. We can try that other game again, you know, the one where you have to fit the letters in. But also, I mean, we can chat over this. I do have something that the chat could get involved in, and let me just find it.
That would be good.
I've got well, actually, I've also got a crossword, but it's not a normal crossword. No, I seriously have. I found it in the paper today at work, and I thought, let's give this a go. I've even got something else set up, like to actually work it. Actually, it could be quite quick, but I'm rambling on now. Let me get on with getting these set up and
Hello,
chat amongst
Bumbles.
yourselves, right?
Hello,
no
Amanda.
one.
I didn't even see you there.
While he's having a little look around and stuff, I might as well blatantly plug that I'm on at 12:30 tomorrow.
And that's too early. I don't finish work until 2. What time are you going on till?
Only until 2. I do 12:30 to 2. Yeah, every Sunday. Yeah.
I'll be listening in at work. I just won't be able to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay. I've just sorted out the music today, so and I've just tidied up my my radio show today as well. So there's lots of new music on there today. I've been given some lovely new music by Crown Jewels, which I've popped onto my radio show. So if you were listening to my radio, you'll hear Crown Jewels and of course Resistance music entwined in the stuff that I play.
Yes.
Back in a minute.
Where's it gone?
We are the Resistance.
Vive la Resistance.
Vive la Resistance.
Anyone tell you it's futile?
Resistance is futile.
Well, I can, you know, we're trying to fight that corruption, you know, so we're gonna keep going with the fighting of the corruption.
We can only try, right?
Yeah, I wasn't referring to our fight being futile, being resistance. It's more to do with it's more to do with the government's resistance to us is futile. You can bring out as many lords as you like, but I reckon we'd be able to find a way.
Oh yeah, the empire is futile.
Yeah.
Not everybody abides by them, do we? Do they? All right.
Me personally, I have this gut feeling that I don't think they got enough balls to really do what they threaten to do and all that stuff. Like when it comes down to like, lobbing off nukes and stuff. That's just me personally. But if they do, it's going to bring it all on them. So whatever whatever happens, they brought it on themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And I really, my gut tells me, which never lies, that it will destroy them in the process. But they don't expect that. They don't think they think they're immune, and that ain't gonna happen. And this is worldwide, dude. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
What
it's
age?
just
What age do you tell your children about? The other countries and what's going on in the other countries? Because obviously, a lot of kids have been paying their £1 to help Ukraine.
like I said, you have to start with a foundation. I mean, like for instance, me personally, I learned how to fire a gun at 10. So I mean, when it comes down to certain aspects, you have to learn the foundation first, before you can actually build on top of it. You know what I mean? So, like for instance, on the corruption part, like I said, you'd have to actually know the government, in a sense, that system, and what is really, basically, like I said, our natural common law type of stuff. Start with the basics, and then figure it out. And then once that foundation is set, then you can learn, like, okay, well, this is what they're doing that's corrupt. You know what I mean? And then go into that. But you have to. But so wherever you start with that foundation first, that's where it's gonna. That's how you're gonna have to figure that out. It's like, how do you start? 5-year-old, something where they start learning how to read, where they can comprehend what they're reading. I mean, at that age, you know what I mean? There's a lot of psychological engineers that have figured this crap out a long time ago. If you start looking into that information.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they use visual information like television, computers.
Yeah, I agree that there's a lot of things which aren't. We've got to get over anyway. But you're right. It's international. This fight to protect rights. America's lucky they've got the Constitution. We don't have that.
It's treated like toilet paper. I mean, for real. I mean, even the people in the government that are sworn to protect it and uphold it, they ignore it.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. But I mean, even let's say the coppers ignore it. Let's face it. At the end of the day, they think it's illegal.
Not only the cops. I mean, because they're just doing what they're told, and the people that actually make the legislation that cops follow. See, the cops are nothing but the teeth of the politicians. All right. You know what I mean? If they don't have any teeth, the politicians can't do shit. All right, but they became the teeth because they're getting paid to do it.
Well, that's what's happening over here, because they're giving the coppers more rights to do things, to screw us over, to beat us up, to throw us in jail.
I mean, and nowadays everything's, you go around with a camera and it's the terrorism act and all that stuff.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh, don't get us started on that. Anyway, let's move on to a little bit of fun stuff for a while. Andy's got what looks like a crossword.
I'm doing some editing and stuff, so I'm gonna drop out. I just want to say, I am definitely no way even totally perfect. My son still ignores
Sorry,
me.
I can hardly hear his background noise. I think it's Sangu.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear the background noise. I think it might be Anarchy. I don't know.
Oh, right. Okay. You say that again anyway. It's gone now. You're dropping out because do some...
I'm doing some editing and stuff, and I just want to get it all tidied for tomorrow, so that when I speak to Will tomorrow, so I'm gonna head off. Really interesting topic, and it really did sort of go on from what I was talking about a couple of days ago. So I really appreciate the stream and the live. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, Mrs. J.
No worries. Cheers for
coming. Don't forget, 12:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
Live.
I will be live.
Can't you do it at all for one? Come on.
And if you haven't done it, and if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe to Mrs.
Yeah,
J.
please subscribe to me. I'd like to get to 200, which would be really good. One love
You'll
to
get
you all, and really have a lovely evening. Okay.
All right,
Peace.
cheers.
Catch you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 See you later, Miss J.
Right, Stango, the floor is yours. What's this piece of
Black and
it's
white.
not-
intellectual?
Less on
It's all exactly. It's all black and white, isn't it? It's not exactly a crossword, right? This is a bit easier than a crossword. I think we could do this quite quickly. Basically, I'm going to. Well, it works like a crossword. Obviously, you see that. I'm going to give you 3 words, and there's a word, a 4th word that will connect to those words. So it's about guessing that word. There's no cryptic clues or anything in this, okay? I don't know if I've explained that well. Let me just say it again. Let me look at it.
Well, give us an example.
Yeah, I'm going to turn the light on, actually, because, like...
It might help if you can see.
It does help. I like my candles. All right, let's give you an example, right? The 3 words in each of these clues have a 4th word in common. And that's the answer. For instance, the clue, album, date, and duty would give you the answer. What does that say? Stamp, right? Stamp album, stamp duty, stamp date. Yeah?
Right.
So that's how it works.
Yep.
So the first one is, right, this is open to the chat as well.
That one across.
One across, yeah. Well, let's go one across. We've got medicine, remedy, and tea. And it is 6 letters. Medicine, remedy, or tea. It's a word that connects to all 3.
Good. It's in the chat. Get it soon.
Okay.
Gina's got it.
Has she really? Let's have a look. Okay. I can't see Gina.
She's just typing it in now, I think. There
Oh,
we go.
okay. Right.
Aye, Bum got it first.
Okay, I think we got that one then. So, like I said, this is what I'm trying to work on. Excuse my, hang on, handwriting. Can you, oh dear, this is weird. Can you see that?
I'll be a sec. There you go. I'll move that out of
It's
the
the
way.
wrong colour writing, I think.
Yeah.
I can't change the colour of it. Is that not visible?
Well, I can't see it on a tiny screen.
Okay,
but
hang on. Let's try this then. But you're right, it is herbal.
It's just like lots of blue castles.
How about this? How about in pencil? Oh, I feel like I'm
yeah, that would
scribbling
be
now.
better. I would say.
Okay, that's all I can do. It's really weird to do this. Oh, hang on. Oh wow, I feel like an infant.
This is the reason why children can't write, folks.
I'm writing with one of those pads, and it's kind of weird to do. But anyway, okay. How about 2 down? Right. What we got for 2 down is account, attachment, and junk, and it is 5 letters. Account, attachment, and junk.
I know what it is.
And it begins with an E.
Email.
Really? Email?
Yeah.
No, surely not. Email. Do you know, just to verify that, can we go 7 across, okay? 7 across. Performance, pie, and swimming. It is 4 letters.
Performance
it could be
what?
email. Performance, pie, and
Pie.
swimming. Yeah, pie. Not high, Rasta, pie.
You're putting this off.
7 across. Performance, pie, and swimming. And it's 4 letters. And then we'll find out if that is email. Gala pie. Not sure about that. Or pie gala.
Pass.
No. I mean, we can move on very quickly because there's unless somebody gets it. Performance, pie, or swimming. I mean,
Pie gala. No, it doesn't make sense,
it
does it?
wouldn't be performance pool. No. Okay. All right. Let's try 9 across. Yeah. This should be really easy. It should be. Ample, micro, or telly, and it is 5 letters. That's easy, isn't it? Ample, micro, or telly. Who's this? Teas on form, gala, pie, pie with pork. Is it really? So it could be gala. I worked on a deli counter. Oh, a deli counter. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think I've got this one. So if we verify this one, right? What was it again? 9 across. No, it's yeah, we're going 9 across, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the wrong one there. It's aero, hydro, and tree. 9 across. Aero, hydro, and tree. Yeah. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters. You got them all right. T's and 4. Yeah, I mean, it could be gala. I didn't know about the gala pie. So,
Yeah.
so
It'll probably be
I mean,
kicking yourself time when you hear the answer.
I've,
But
I mean, I've got an idea about it, but I want to give other people a chance first.
Oh, it
I mean, think for a start, aero. What's the first word that comes after aero?
dynamic, but
And hydro, you know, like a hovercraft. What do they call those advanced hovercrafts? And mind.
Bastards.
Not mind, tree.
Oh.
Well,
No,
I don't know about the tree, but I know what I'm thinking about. Yeah, it's kind of like aerofoils, but it's not,
aerofoil,
is it?
that's it.
Yeah, but
no.
aerofoil, that would work, wouldn't it? Hydrofoil, though. I
Yeah.
think the first two. I don't get the third one, but I think if it's what
Trefoil.
I'm thinking. Aero, it's simple. I think it's simple, but I don't get the third, unless it's something to do with tools or something. If you know what I mean. No, I can't get the third one.
What about
Do you want me to
blade?
tell-
What about
Say what
blade?
you think it is.
Yeah,
Blade.
it's kind of a blade, but it wouldn't fit with the rest. If you think of something that involves a blade and involves wood, I'm not being rude. It involves wood. How many letters?
Plane.
5.
Eh?
Exactly. That's what I'm
Plane.
thinking, but I don't get the tree.
Plane.
You got
Plane,
aeroplane,
Yeah.
aeroplane,
Wood
hydroplane,
plane.
but it says tree plane. I reckon it could
yeah.
be. And I think that would say that gala is a possibility there. I believe my
Yeah.
if she, okay, let's try and write this. Scroll it in there.
So do you not know the
Okay.
answers?
No.
Not even
where
if
was
you
Gala?
turn it upside down.
Let's go
He's
for
not-
2 down, and that will confirm gala then, won't it?
Well, it's email is that we agreed on.
Yeah,
It's not. Do you think it's email? Seriously?
it is, man.
Okay. Gala.
Bumble's got
I
us
mean,
as well as me.
It would fit, wouldn't it? Actually, I'll put in email because we can erase this anyway, right?
Yeah, it's pencil.
Email and
Pencil,
gala.
pencil.
Let's just go for it. Yeah. 3 down, right? Constrictor. Oh, I've got this one already. Constrictor, feather, or rubber. I
Feather.
reckon so. So it's just a 4 down. Flow, lamp, and volcanic. Oh, I've got this too. It's 4 letters.
I can't even see.
Lord's got boa.
what
It's
I'd
4
say.
letters.
Right.
Begins with an L. Begins with an L.
And,
And no, sorry, what was it again? 4 down. It begins
Yeah.
with an A. It begins
Gala.
with an L. 4
ends in
down.
an A. Ends in an A. Bumble's got it. Lords has
Lava.
got it.
Oh, see what you're
Oh, the
saying, yeah.
chapter,
I
yeah.
reckon that's it. It's got to be, hasn't it? Lava lamp and all that. Yeah, lava.
Lava.
See, it's going to be quick. 8 across, right? Double, night, and tunnel. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters.
Vision. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, it's got to be, hasn't it? Look, you beat the chat there. Vision. I
Sorry.
reckon it is, isn't it?
Gina's in the
It's
chat.
all right.
She said it.
Yeah, but she might say
Yeah.
it. She's not typing it.
I can't take
5
it,
down. Oh, this is a sinister one. All right. 5 down. It's, what is it? 3, 6, 7 letters. Third letter is an S. And it is murder, shopper, and tour. Murder, shopper, and tour. Murder.
I was going to
Yeah,
say
Rasta,
suspect,
instead of
but,
saying it, type it.
I thought mystery, actually. Mystery shopper. Mystery tour. Yes, of course. It is. What was the last one again? Mystery.
Rasta,
I
did you hear
can't
that?
type Bumbles.
I think you're right. It's tour.
Will you talk and Gina type?
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, murder mystery. Yes, of course. Of course it is.
Aye.
Oh, I was thinking. Oh, mystery murder.
At least you know the words at the end. Helping thing, right?
Mystery. Oh, it's so weird to do this. Let's go with no, actually 5 across, right? We've got 1, 2, 4 letters. Face, gas, and ski, beginning with M. I think that's an easy one. I think they're all quite easy by the looks of it.
Answers only in the chat.
Yeah, answer in the chat.
Yeah, I've told her.
Okay. Lord of Audits got mask. Bumblebee's got mask. I think we can safely say Anne-Marie's got
Face.
mask.
Yeah,
It's a
man.
mask, isn't it? Face
We've
mask,
heard
ski
all.
mask,
We've heard.
gas
We've
mask.
heard all about them for the last 2 years.
We've got we got Laurie Von Hoosier. I didn't see you earlier, but welcome. Okay, we got 6 down. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, beginning with S, and the clue is ample, and it's not breast, micro, and it's not. Never mind. No, that's wrong, isn't it? That's no, it is, isn't it? Hang on. 6 down off ample, micro, or telly. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Ample, micro, or telly. Begins with an S. Lord of Audits is straight in there with scope.
Oh, that's not a C, man. Right, scope.
Yeah, Bumble's got scope. Like, I don't know what ample scope is, or scample ope.
Scamble.
I'm halfway through my can of beer, sorry. Telescope, yeah. Microscope, yeah. Ample scope, I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, I reckon we're on the right path there.
I'm surprised you not Googled it.
Well, ample scope. I can't while I'm doing this. I've got so many pages open at the moment. It's impossible.
You can't get the answer.
No, somebody else will have to do it. There you go. Okay, 11 across. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a couple of E's in it.
I kind of think I know what that is before you even say anything, but go on.
Okay, here we go then. Again, fear,
Chat only.
and mind. Again, fear, and mind.
No.
Oh, I've got it. It's got second letter's an E and the fourth letter's an E. Yeah, I've got it. Fear threw me off a bit, but it always does, eh? Ample scope for profit. Oh, okay. Cheers, DeWitt. Ample scope. Oh, okay. It kind of makes sense now I hear it.
What Lord said.
Ample scope. Like
I'll
lots
turn you up,
yeah.
man. Hang on. Is that
All
better?
right. We can. Well, we're not going to get any more clues from that, but I see it as quite an easy one. Let's move on to the next one. 14 across. right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 letters. Second letter is a Y. And we have dragonfly, water, and wood.
What it is.
Dragonfly, water. You know what that one is? Oh, okay. Okay.
Put the answer in the chat, please.
Yeah, throw it in there, Rasta. I'm trying to figure this one out.
Gina's just guessed it as well.
14 across. Wood. Its second letter's a Y.
Oh. I think it's odd anyway.
No, that's only 4 letters. Not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 letters we're looking for. Oh, of course. Gina. I think you're absolutely right there.
Well, I guessed it and then she guessed it. Maybe I got the top.
That's got to be right. It's teamwork. Teamwork. Nymph. It's got to be, hasn't it? We can always scrub it out if it's not, but I think you're there. 15 down. All right. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters. And the clues are bear, explorer, and vortex, beginning with P. Oh, I've got it. It's easy. Come on. Begins with a P, 5 letters. Right. Easy. Bear, explorer, and vortex. Yeah, come on. It's easy. Bumblebee's going for polar. Polar? Where's Polar and message gone? I thought he might have gone for this one. Yeah, we got Lou Van Hoosier. Polar, we're all going for polar. I think it's got to be us. Polar vortex. Didn't we have one of those a couple of years ago? It was about 3 years ago. We had a polar vortex, didn't we?
I have no idea.
No, it was when we had that ice and people in other countries were throwing hot water into the air and watching it freeze. Some unfortunate people had it blow back to them.
No, but I thought the word was after. Well, you see. So, I was thinking, something.
Bare necessities. Oh, did you know, it's funny that, because it did to me as well. 18 across.
What about 11 across?
11 across.
Go back to that.
We'll go back to that. I think I've figured that one. Again, fear and mind. And it's 5 letters. I think the 2 E's are a giveaway, aren't they? Second and fourth. If you think mind, again, read it that way. And then fear. It's kind of a positive thing rather than fear itself.
I was gonna say something, but I don't know. Yeah.
Let's come back to
fever.
But, fever? No, it's not fever. Ah.
Hang on.
Oh, Nutter said it. I thought he said Lily.
Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Oh, sorry, Nutter. Yeah, Anne-Marie, cheers. I think that's what it is. Anyway, do you all agree? Never. Never mind. Never fear. And whatever the other one was. All right. Right. Where should we go next? 10 down in street. It begins with an N. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters. Fission, as in fission, not fishing. Reactor. Oh, this is easy. And war. Fission, reactor, and war, beginning with N. Yeah.
In the chat only, please.
I told you. No, it's not Nutter and Marie. That don't fit.
The wits got there first.
Yeah, we're there. I think we've all. Yeah, I reckon that goes without saying. I told
Lord
you
of Audits, nuke doesn't fit. It might sound the same, mean the same.
Right. 12 across. 12 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was it the fourth?
Then they caught a fish alive.
A fish alive.
Oh, what's this all about? Orange, pineapple, and tomato. Orange, pineapple,
Where,
and tomato.
what
Which
number?
what number?
We're going 12 across, and the fourth letter is a C. 12 across.
Oh,
Orange,
right. Okay.
orange,
I know
pineapple,
what
and
it is.
tomato.
No,
But I'm
no,
not going to
no,
say
Do you?
anything.
no. It's
I'm not going
not.
to say anything.
It's not fruit.
No.
Oh, there
Hey,
we go.
Gina.
Yes, of course.
She already put
it's,
it in. She
it's
put it in.
obvious I'll see it. Oh,
Oh.
jeez. Okay.
I like the way that everybody then types in afterwards.
Oh, come on. They're all thinking at the same time, just some are quicker typers than others. That's what I say anyway.
Well, next you'll be saying it's down to your broadband connection.
That's what it is. I have a lag on mine. That's why my singing's so bad when I'm on these lives. It's like, oh, no, seriously, it really is. I haven't sorted out my latency yet. I can't do it. I don't know what's up. Anyway, 13 down, begin with a U. We got another 5-letter word. And we have cause, emotional, and stomach.
I know it.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Easy. Cause, emotional, and stomach, beginning with U. 5-letter word. Yeah, it's another one of those.
Hey, Lord of Audits.
Oh, I don't know. No. I don't know,
All I said-
actually.
All I said was, you got others.
Emotional ulcer.
Yeah.
That don't fit. I think I would go with upset.
Yes.
You, Pete.
I just couldn't. I just like winding Lord of Audits up.
I'm thinking he's right.
Well, that's a horrible thought, though, isn't it?
I've got an emotional ulcer, Doctor. It's called the wife.
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure you're going away Monday? At this rate, you won't be going anywhere.
I am.
Might be tomorrow.
19 across. I've not read it yet, but I think I know what that is, hopefully. 19 across. Yes, it is. Film, shooting, or turn. Turn? Yeah. Oh, I see. Film, shooting, or turn. That's an easy one. Before I even read it. And it's 4 letters.
The letters. What is it?
Second letter's a T. Last is a laughing. Lord
T.
always got this one. It's got to be, hasn't it? Yeah, star.
Wait. You didn't give much time
Star.
for the chat to guess it, did you?
Oh, they did get it. They were in there.
All right.
17 across. Look at this. We've nearly done this. I could win this £500 at this rate. Right. Thank you, everyone. 17 across.
I used to love Jack's words with my mother.
It's 6
Lord of
letters.
Audits, really. But I thank Anne-Marie for stirring it as well.
17 across. It's 6 letters, and we have full, fast, and sound. Full, fast, and sound. I've got it. It's got second letter's an S, fourth letter's an E. Full, fast, and sound. You got it, Rasta?
Just coughing.
Here.
Well, mute
Pass
yourself.
that over here. Pass that here. Here, get some. Oh, cheers, man. Hang on. There you go. Anyone got it yet?
What was
It
the
looks
question?
quite. 17 across, right? It's full, fast, and sound. And if you look at it, the second. No idea, Anne-Marie. You
That
full,
doesn't fit.
or you are fast, or you are sound. Something S. Oh, it doesn't actually. What's going on here? No, it does. Yeah. It does. Yeah. It does fit.
Lord of Audits.
No idea.
We need you.
Come on, Lord. You got this. We can move up. I'll tell you what. Let's give you the
Volume.
No. Let's go for 16 down, because I think as soon as you get the last letter, you'll get it. 16 down. 4-letter word. And it is, what's that say? Oh, this is easy. Bowler, off, and what does that say? Does that say tie? Sorry, so I've got to get into some better light for this. Oh, tail. Bowler, off, and tail.
Tailspin?
Well, it's not. Bowler. It's spelt like. Well, it's not bowler hat because it's 4 letters. Bowler, tail.
Spin.
Oh, yes.
Mal?
I think that's what it
Hello,
is.
Mal?
I reckon it's spin. It's got to be. It wouldn't be speed because you've got like I don't know what bowler tail or tail bowler is, but unless it's to do with cricket. Spin bowler. Sorry, spin off and tail spin. We got this, haven't we? So that means that say. Oh, I've gone the wrong thing here.
16 down, you said.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's 16 down.
Yeah. I'm just helping you out.
Cheers. Now, does 17 across look more... Hang on, let's write that clearer.
No, it's worse.
Really? Oh, I think I've got 17 across. Let's just get rid of that and write it again. Look, it ends in a P. Right? Full, fast, and... What was the other one? 17 across. Full, fast, and sound. Full, fast, and sound. I'd say this this word comes after every one of the clues. Full, something, fast, something, and sound, something. Right? So we'll...
hang on.
Aha!
Oh, there you go, man.
I would Coco.
Anne-Marie, Lord.
Nice one.
Lord's getting back to his game.
Oh, hang on. What's going on with this? Oh, it's me.
Warp.
There we go. Look, we've nearly done it. Let's go for 20 across. Right?
Hello, happy, my little happy life.
Oh, my little happy life. Hello.
I thought I was joking, you.
I did. I thought you were talking to yourself. I really did. I thought, he's finally cracked up. We all saw it coming. Right, okay, 20 across. It begins with an N, 6-letter word. And, oh, you off, Lord? All right, take care, man.
All right. Cheers, take care.
Human, second, and trail. Human, second, and trail. Begins with an N. 4th letter is an R. No, 5th letter is an R, sorry. Oh, you're staying. Oh, sorry, I thought you said...
No, he said T-Y. T-Y, thank you.
So,
even I'm starting to learn the short text on here.
Just look at it, man.
Oh,
Starts in an N.
It's just letters to me.
Yeah.
Hang on. I think it's been done.
Yeah,
Lords,
it's already been done.
It's, yes, human nature, second nature, nature trail. That sounds good, doesn't it? Okay. So, we've...
Hang on a second. Can someone put the link in for my happy little life? It's been changed.
Oh. My happy little life. Hey, is that hippie? Is that hippie auditor?
All right, River.
Oh, well, thank hippie auditor for my channel. Oh, it's not hippie then. That's anarchy, is it? I'm lost.
Yeah, we know.
That's good. Yeah.
Land Rover.
Yo, Land Rover. 18 across. 4-letter word. Bent, fire, and hound. 4-letter word. Third letter.
I know what it is. Type it in.
I need the toilet.
All right.
Oh, is that what it is?
I know what it is.
Hound. Let's get the 18 down, right? Hang on. Hell. Oh,
I know.
yes.
Yeah, it is hell, man.
Hellhound. Hellfire.
Hellbound.
Grim, why didn't you get?
Hellbent.
We get this. It is. It's
I do.
hell.
I'm busy
Okay.
sorting
She's the
something
head of
out.
the toilet, so I can't.
The final one. Let's see if we can guess it without any clues. And then I'll read the clues after you've had a guess. H
Hit.
something T. A what? That's a H,
Hit.
isn't it? Hit. It could be hit.
Or hot.
I think they think it's no. It's not. It's a H, not an N. It's a H. It could be hit. It could be
Oh,
hot.
God.
Yeah. Hit hat. Hot hat. Het. All right. Let's have a look at the
Let's do
clue.
it.
18 down. Oh, actually, the clues are list, man, and parade.
Hit
There
list.
you go.
Hit man.
It is.
And hit parade.
Hit parade. Well done, everybody.
Just
Look
guess.
at that. I'm going to send this off now, and that 500 quid could be mine.
Well, you could also have
Hours.
hot.
Or hot. We could have had a hot man.
Hot man.
Okay, Grim.
Hot parade.
You've said too much now.
Right, next. I was just reading what Anne-Marie put in.
Yeah.
What is that? Hot?
Hot.
Hot man. Hot.
I can't keep calling you my happy little life, so if I just call you Happy, is that all right?
Mine.
Happy. Have you seen that
Hello,
show on
mate.
Netflix? Oh, no. Or read the graphic novels. Whoa, what a strange thing that was. Thank
Can
you
you get a
for the
time,
love.
please?
First time. This is fun. Oh, you're welcome. Happy to have you here.
We'll bring a time, please.
Happy's great. There is another word for happy, but yeah, never mind.
Oh, baby.
or colourful.
No, right.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say, what's going on?
Oh, okay, let's get rid of that. That was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's
got another
another
one.
one. I think this one, if I can get it, hang on. I'm having a problem getting it up. Wait a second. Oh. Hey! Behave. Right, hang on. I can't even find the share screen now. I need to expand that page.
Bumble, do us a favour. Put your camera on for a second, please.
Did you finish it?
Yeah,
There we go.
it was hit.
The crossword.
Yeah, the last word was hit.
Oh,
this
that'll
one,
do.
is that there?
Oh, hell. Yeah, as well.
We have.
Hello,
Five
Bumble.
minutes.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Go ahead. Hi,
How's it
Bumble.
going?
Hello, Bumble.
Yeah, I'm good. Had a good day.
Hold up.
You?
Let me get it back up again.
Can you hear me?
There you go. We can hear
Yeah,
you.
Can you hear
yeah,
me?
we can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can you hear you?
Lord, you
Hello.
don't have to put your camera on.
Right
on.
then.
Quickly cover it up. I'll mute you next to put you in the back room. We're talking about Stangu. Take the liberty.
Oh, me. Oh, God.
Grimsters.
I'm getting used to it out there.
Hey, Lord. Hello, Lord.
Right.
Let's have a little bit of normality.
What's that then?
I don't know.
Normality with you,
Pain
Grim.
that.
We're doing well, though.
Normality with
Hello,
Grim.
Mr. Spliff.
That doesn't go together.
Normality. Normality. It's such a strange word.
Normality
Isn't it? I
is
can't
for the
quite figure it
sheeple.
out.
We don't have normality here. We never have done, never will do. It's normal to be not normal.
It's okay not to be okay. That
Normal
kind
to
of
be
thing.
unique.
Yeah.
Normal
It's
to be
unique
unique.
to be. It's unique to
Nah.
be different.
Right, let's get on with this. What's this got to do with the
Well,
Christchurch?
This one, we've got 5 minutes. If anybody's got a watch or a timer or something, it doesn't have to be exact.
We'll
yeah,
go
I'll
on
look at
Grim
the clock.
time.
Grim time, okay. We got 5 minutes, right? And you have 5
Right, I'll
minutes to find as many words as possible using the letters in the wheel. Each word must be 4 letters or more and contain the central letter. Use
Which
each
is
letter. That's right. Use each letter once and no plurals, foreign words, or proper nouns are allowed. There is at least one 9-letter word in there. There's at least one
Attend.
9-letter word. A what?
Attend.
Attend. You need to type it in the chat so we can see who got the most, I guess. See who got the most.
Can I suggest
Purple.
that you put it
Oh,
all
hi,
in
Purple.
one
Hi,
go?
Purple. What, all the guesses?
Yeah, so each person puts the list in.
Well,
That way
we've got
you
5
know how many.
Yeah,
5 minutes to think about
them.
it. We can always go back and tot it up. I mean, look, Lord's got trend, read,
DeWitt's got
attend
entered.
from Purple. Read? Has to have an R, yeah. It has to have the R in it, and it's 4 letters or more. And there is a 9-letter attendee.
Yeah, it's not got an R in land.
Oh.
Tender is a good one.
Tender.
Deterrent. Hey, Carl and Alison.
Hey, Carl and Alison. Deterrence.
Attendee does not have the R. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, man.
Carl and Alison, hello.
I want to be a tree.
Tended.
Does anybody remember that advert?
Tended?
Yeah.
I think it was an insurance company. I want to be a tomato. And I want to be a tree.
Why are you watching adverts for insurance companies?
No, this was years ago, mate. This was like about 20 years ago.
I'm totally confused. I thought we were doing this. I'm looking at what I can see on StreamYard, and I've got somebody talking about trees, and I want to.
I typed in the word tree because you're allowed 4-letter words.
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9. I think we've got the 9-letter. I reckon we've got the 9-letter word.
Well,
not we. Happy.
Yeah, retardant.
I think that's the 9-letter word, isn't it?
No, it isn't, because, hang on.
Hey, Amanda.
There's only one R
Amanda's
in the actual wheel.
You know.
There's only one R in the wheel. Can you use the R more than once?
No.
Oh, no, there's only one R, actually.
Retard. Oh, yes. Hang on. Yeah. Did it say no repetition? It did, didn't it? Let me read it again.
Or can you use more than one R?
You usually can only use them once.
Each word must be 4 letters or more and contain the central letter. Use each letter once. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, we can't have retardant because it's got 2 R's in it.
That's a good one. Rented.
Yeah.
Entreated by Amanda.
It was not a God's word. Drop it. Oh. Okay. See ya. We've got a lot of good words. We're looking for the 9-letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got a lot. 8 is the highest we've got so far. Turnate. I swear after last night, Amanda, it's like you make these words up and they turn out to be real. What was the word again? It was like, I couldn't believe it. Entered. ENT.
Please have a look in the back of the chat or above, just to double check to see if you're putting the same word in.
There's another word that Amanda put in at 22:36 that said entreated.
Entreated? Entreated. Where's that?
22:36. Above purple spliffs attendee.
Yeah, that's what
And that's a 9-letter.
Oh, I see it. Entreated.
Well
Right,
done,
Google
Amanda.
that to check it's a word.
It is, isn't it? It's entreated. Entreated.
I'm not saying there's any cheats in here, but, you know, tart. Really?
Tarted.
Tarted.
Entreated means ask someone earnestly or anxiously to do something.
Right, it's allowed.
The example is his friends entreated him not to go.
It's not a phrase I would ever use, but
no me.
Tarted.
It's easier to type in
at this present moment in time, At this present moment in time, we've got loads of people putting in loads of different ones. Shall we go to count up the 41 different ones? Because I can't see anybody actually going that way.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'm not
of
even
course.
doing that, man.
There's somebody
Rated.
on the panel wants to write them down and tick them up as
Rated.
count them.
Rated.
Okay. Unless
So we don't
we
repeat
trust
them.
people to do it themselves, if you can see which ones you did yourself.
I got 50, but I'm not putting them up.
50.
Amanda, I do
Sure.
like a good tart, yeah. Cherry tart, usually.
Treat. Is that a treat?
That's it. Treated.
Bye, Purple.
I think if people can sum up their own words and then go back to that and see how did they well, because I'm finding it difficult to actually.
What do you mean
think
you're
Amanda's
going
putting
to
most of them in.
Dino's?
Dented.
Dino's.
So,
Right, I'm up to
Purple's going.
Dino's. Yeah, I'll see you over there, Purple, in 5, okay? It sounds fun over there. Okay, look at that.
Tater.
Trend treed.
Tater.
What's treed? Tater? Tater?
Yeah, a tater.
A tater.
What about a tatty?
Ta-
T-A-T. No, tatty doesn't work.
Do you know?
Did you notice, anybody notice that my name's in there? T.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't count, it's 3.
It's got to be a 4-letter though.
I said it doesn't count.
Teen.
Tree.
Hello, Mellows.
Tree.
Hey.
Hi, Mellows. Nattered. Nattered. To death.
I'm sure it's got a K in front of it.
Hey up. Mellow, did you copy and paste that? And treated?
Yeah, copied them, man.
I think we all done well there. I think
You've
like
got to
I'll
use the
leave
R.
it. Yeah. Oh, you've got to use the R. Yeah. 10D. No, you have to use the R. I think we're
Henry's
done with
got a
this
good,
one.
good
though.
one. Rattened.
Uh,
Rattened?
What does that mean? Oh, I've got to Google this
Attendee.
one.
Rat-ended. No.
Rattened.
In other words, you've been rat-faced.
Rattened. Okay. Rattened definition meaning.
Rat-eat.
Oh, okay. We've got ratten. It means business history to sabotage or steal. Is that the Liv Puddling coming out in you? Or harass in order to disrupt workers. That's like auditing a bit, isn't it? No, sorry. Ratten. So ratten, that's what it means. So if you've been rattened, oh, hang on, it did say something about not using certain things, didn't it? But I think we've. I think
Yeah, but
we've
there's
done
2
it.
T's.
There's 2 T's.
Amanda.
Oh.
There's 2 T's in the wheel, so.
Yeah, there is 2 T's. Yeah.
So if it's it.
Yeah. There are 2. Yeah.
And there's me as well, T.
I did say.
Sorry.
I think you've cracked it, people. Well done, chat. I think we've got this. We've got it.
Caps and
There's no
glasses.
answers to it.
Just-
What we
Just
could
so many
I-
words.
I-
Extraterrestrials.
we won't do
covering
the
all
crossword.
scopes.
We won't do the crossword that are set up. We can do
I
that
play
another time.
Scrabble as
Because
well.
that could be time consuming. But if you'd like to just chat for a minute, I just need a nip off. I'm going to mute her back into.
I'm forgetting what my high score is on Scrabble, but yeah, love the game.
Oh, I'm not very good at Scrabble, but I'm good at things like this.
I think it's about 400 or something, maybe more. I don't know.
Wow. Anybody play Scrabble in the chat other than Amanda?
Does
It's
anyone
bubbling
play
away.
Scrabble on the panel? I don't, unless it's forced
No, I
upon me.
don't. No.
I can't do triple word scores.
Get a double,
Happy,
triple
why-
word score.
Happy, why won't anybody play Scrabble with you anymore? Do you cheat? Like some of us on here.
Who, me? Right,
Well, I can see how much countdown helped you.
Countdown. Diddly, diddly, diddly.
There's a couple of nice videos about countdown. The one that went wrong came up with the edited clippings of the
Yes, I
words.
saw the unedited ones.
I've seen the unedited ones.
I mean, it was live, so they were able to play some bright pranks.
There was a swear word, wasn't there? Or a few.
Oh yeah, quite a few. One of them was began with a C.
Yeah.
Stangu, are you back yet?
I'm back. I was just listening. Yeah, I did try to find an app of Blockbusters, but it was £1.99.
Yeah. I'll have a beef, please, Bob.
Oh, Blockbusters.
Exactly.
Blockbusters would be great fun.
Have a
It would, but it's £1.99. I can't afford £1.99.
I want to know whether I can have a pee.
Pea, please, Bob.
Please.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
have a pea, please, Bob, wouldn't it?
That's the one.
No, but you can have a beef.
The thing is, right, you know that game that kept cutting out on us last night? It's riddled with adverts, so we have to be patient with it, okay? If that's okay.
So I could have got a 64,000.
Is that the millionaire game?
No, if you prefer to play that, do you want to have a crack at
No, I saw you playing that last night. And then Rasta said he got up to so many thousand.
He
I
did.
got up to 32 and
it
crashed.
glitched out. Oh,
Right.
it's annoying. Let's have a go.
Let's
All
have
right,
a go.
Let's go for that then.
Let's try and wind Rasta up even more. He can go first.
Just
this time and set the
switch
bar.
it off. Pretend and cut out. You were wanting to go anyway, weren't you? So
I've never heard of
you
Boggle,
private
by the
chat
way.
with them. Switch it off, man.
Happy. I have no idea what Boggle is. But it
That's
doesn't
what-
sound like something legal.
Well, Boggle is like
What is
about 16 dices that have letters on them, and you shake them up, and they land in this tray, and you have to make as many words as you can
Right.
out of all the letters.
I thought it was just snot.
I
I
stand
thought
corrected.
I thought it was a dance. Has anybody heard of bogling?
Boggle.
Bogling. Oh man.
Just boggle on down.
Bogling, yeah.
Right,
Who's
okay.
Who's first?
Rasta is going first, so you can set the bar.
Oh, well, no, I don't like going first.
No, because that way, you see, you don't have to worry too much about it, because there's other people
fail on the first
before
one.
you have a go. You're first, sir. You tried. I'm sorry, you did point out.
When I play pool, I don't like to play first.
You are going first. Look, you got this question.
What's going on?
1666.
What? Oh, not see it now.
All right.
Which of these was a major in 1666?
I don't know.
Well, you were there.
Where's the answer?
I was there.
Well, I don't know because I
Wasn't it?
can't see the list, but that's beside the point. You were there,
Oh,
Rasta, in
sorry,
1666.
I thought you were making this up. Wasn't it either the plague or when the when
Why
the
don't you
Globe
move the
Theatre-
screen down?
Okay. Oh yes, of course there it is. Monsoon of York, Fire of London. I honestly thought you were making this up. I wasn't looking at the screen. Tidal wave of Leeds or avalanche of Hull.
Sorry, can I just interrupt here?
Certainly.
Since I joined the chat, I've been chatting away, and not one of you said I haven't said anything. My
you've been
set to
muted.
the... No, my microphone's been set to the
I
wrong
can't
one,
hear
so I've
you.
been talking away for the last 10 minutes.
Lord,
Well, you can blame. I wasn't here. You can blame this lot.
miming. I honestly thought you were miming because you couldn't get a word in edgeways with Stango.
Okay.
Where's it gone now? Look,
Who, me?
don't take your ball home because I've upset you.
What have I done? Sorry, hang on. What have I done? It's all this
What
chaos.
do you
It's just
do
throwing me
all
off.
the time?
I don't know,
well-
but you've probably got the different question now.
I've got to close the page down, haven't I? Sorry, that was my
wait,
fault.
I've
That
got
was
it.
totally my fault.
Hi, UK
Yeah.
Transparency. I
Over
did say
London,
hi just
man.
now, but I had the wrong mic on.
We can hear you.
Lord, I did say hello when you came in.
I know, and I did say hello too, but I had the wrong mic on.
Oh.
I am sorry.
That's okay.
I did answer you a minute ago, but I had muted myself.
Your apology is
because I was eating.
accepted.
Right, there we go.
Only on this occasion. It's not
Are
as
we
if anybody
back?
else hasn't done it.
Okay.
All right, is that you?
Yeah.
Right.
It'll be a different question now, right?
Hang on a second. Happy, doesn't matter which part of the world you're from, right? You can have a giggle anytime with this game.
We can always set it to US.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Send
Yeah,
it to a
you go.
different country that none of us belong to, Stanko.
What countries
No,
are there?
that
I
would
was
be
going to
fun.
say, if Happy wants to come up, you can do it in Russian. What's pocket? What's that one?
No.
Poland.
Put the US
What would
version on for a
Geordie?
giggle. That'll be fun.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you up for US, are you, Rasta?
Why am I being pushed into doing US? You know?
I think
Come
it'd
on.
be fair. I think it'd be funny.
Oh, hang on. What's that?
Land Raver says set it to Tanzania.
Tanzania? Yes.
Well, come on, pull off. But
Come on then, Rasta.
This will be a giggle. It will. Right. What we've got to do
It
though
means no.
is we've got to look for the answers from Happy or
And
anybody
you have-
else from the States.
And you have to answer in an American accent, okay?
That's not fair on that.
Is this just Rasta? Stango?
Yeah.
I haven't
for
played
Rasta.
this game with you guys yet, okay?
Yeah, you can go next. The chats are going to jump in anyway, all right? According to the popular phrase, one who has been cheated out of money has been taken to where? Las Vegas, the cleaners, the ballpark, or the car wash?
The cleaners.
Taken to the cleaners. I think you're
Do you
right.
know
There.
what?
For one,
Talk in your normal voice, please.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, no.
Oh, that's annoying enough as it is.
We're on a timer now for £200. If you make a serious effort to do something, you are said to give it the old what? The old Navy purchase, the old school wrap, the old Academy Award, or the old college try. This is an American thing, isn't it? If you make a serious effort to do something, you are said to give it the old what? The old Navy purchase, the old the old school wrap, the old Academy Award, or the old college try. Look out for what Happy says.
Happy, come on, hurry up.
You got 18 seconds.
No, not the what?
15, 14. C, the old school wrap.
I don't know. But yeah.
Oh, college try. You just missed it. Happy
Well,
just
how
said
the
college
fuck
try.
can you do that, man? How dare you?
Right, now we know how
you
bad it is.
everybody's involved here, like.
Let's go for the
It's here
UK
for a
one.
laugh.
Yeah, let's
You
go
know,
back
just
to
keep
the
them
UK.
going.
It was only a giggle.
Yeah, no, it's a giggle.
That's
Do you want a
Rasta Zaddy's
proper-
go, though, isn't he?
Yeah, well. Yeah, go on then. Your time will come, Rasta. Are you having a go, are you, Lord?
Hang on. That's not fair on Rasta. Hello, Nick.
Go on then. Oh, okay.
So-
Come on,
Never
then, Rasta.
mind,
Hi,
man.
Nix.
I don't
Hi,
want to go
Tix.
first anyway. So
Oh, all right then.
I
Lord
don't
of
want to go
Audits.
first. I've got to see how you play it.
Okay.
Lord of Audits.
I need that.
Here we go.
The 1 million. Watch him go through it now.
You can see the first one. Which box contains a basic kit for emergency treatment of injuries? Toolbox, jewelry box, vanity box, or first aid box?
Who's this for?
Vanity box.
It's for you.
Oh, right. Okay. First aid box.
First aid box. And remember, there's a 60-second timer after
Yeah.
this. Right. Here we go. I think we got that for
You get
$200
$2.
bucks. Dollar pounds.
Whatever you do, do not try and put him off. It's not fair.
John Major's campaign of leading a responsible, law-abiding life was called Back to what? Back to
Basics.
basics? Back to square one?
Future.
You've read it, have you? Back to square. Are you absolutely sure about that? Back to basics, not back to the
No.
future. No.
Sounds about right.
Go on
Leave me
then.
basics on the drawing board. I'll go basics.
Oh, you got it. I would have gone back to the drawing board for him, but right. For 300, which of these is a fish? Lime halibut, orange cod, grapefruit haddock, or lemon sole?
I know
think
the
I know
answer
which
to
one.
this one.
I think I know the answer to this.
You want to
Which
know
of these?
50? Have you got any friends?
I'll have
You got-
I'll have phone a friend. Yeah.
Phone
Phone a
a friends. It's never that reliable, is it? It says you definitely asked the right friend. D
Yeah,
is the
you-
correct answer. I'm
Unbelievable.
sure of it. So you
D
can either
is
have another 20 seconds. 19. Are you sure?
Yeah,
17.
go for it.
60.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I
right.
think you're right. Actually, yeah. Moving on up to
Definitely not. I heard of the other
500.
day, like.
Shame you needed to use a lifeline. So
Yeah.
The musical Mamma Mia is
ABBA.
inspired. Are you sure? Are you
Yes, he
sure?
was there. He sung it with them.
I'm sure the Beatles did a song called Mamma Mia or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
There
we'll
you
go
go.
for it. I'll have ABBA.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
That was over
For
the
1,000. In 1999, who was named BBC Sports Personality of the Century? Jesse Owens, George Best, Muhammad Ali, or Pele? I think that's
Pele.
easy, isn't it? Really?
George Best.
No. Oh, I don't know.
BBC Sports
no.
Personality of the... You could be right. I was looking at their nationalities, but, you know, I could be
Well,
wrong.
come on, shut up and just get on with it. 30
Phone
seconds to go.
ask the audience.
Ask the audience.
Yeah.
They've normally got a clue, haven't they?
I've
So
no
they're
idea.
going
You'll run out of
for
time with it.
C.
Well, I said
C.
who it was.
Yeah, go for C. Pele, I think it was. Wasn't it?
Really?
Oh.
No, it was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it would have been George Best.
See, but
Oh, there you go.
I was
Yeah,
trying to
well,
think who was
okay.
on the TV at that sort of
There's
time.
only 14 seconds left.
Cassius Clay. Which of the human body's basic senses detects temperature and pressure? Touch, sight, hearing, or taste?
Touch.
Temperature and pressure. For $2,000 you're going for touch. There
You
you
mean you don't taste it?
go. Touch. I think lots of people got that. In which county is the city of Ripon? Norfolk, Surrey,
I know.
Berkshire, or North Yorkshire?
North Yorkshire.
That's up
But
your
I
way,
thought-
isn't it, Rasta?
I thought
You're
that
definitely going for that for $400 pounds. Yeah?
Unless it's wrong, and then I'll change it and say it was your fault. You hit the wrong button. But yeah,
North Yorkshire.
And Marie, it isn't. Anne Marie definitely isn't. I don't
Berkshire.
think.
Who was the lead singer of the pop group Spandau Ballet for 8,000? Midge
Tony Hadley.
Simon Le Bon, Martin Gore, Tony Hadley.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you've
Said
got
that
one.
within seconds.
Go!
Got a lag on mine. I don't see the questions until he's answered them. Like the answer till you answered them.
No,
can't
if you
read
have to
it,
look at
so
you have to
tiny.
look at the channel to get it.
16,000.
Balboa.
Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. I was going to say it's Marciona, but yeah, you're talking about the movie. Too quick on that. 32,000, and you're safe on $32,000.
Okay.
Right. The philosopher Socrates killed himself using which poison? Hemlock, cyanide, quinine, or strychnine?
Can we do 50-50?
Yep.
I think it's strychnine, but
Where's the screen going?
Is it? Oh, I thought it was something else. No, it's it's what I thought. I think.
Right. I'm pretty sure, cyanide is pretty new, so I'm going to go hemlock.
Yeah, are you sure? You've got 29 seconds
Yeah,
left.
hemlock.
26, 25, hemlock for $32,000 pounds. I think you are absolutely right.
Cyanide comes from
Hemlock.
tobacco.
You're right about that, though. Cyanide was founded much later. Which
So,
Formula One
no matter, hang
Grand
on. Go on, sorry.
Which Formula One Grand Prix takes place at the Interlagos circuit? Interlagos.
Portuguese.
Really?
Brazil. I don't know.
Austrian, Portuguese, Belgian, or Brazilian?
Yeah, I haven't got a phone a friend or anything now, have I?
No, you could use all your lifelines.
Portuguese or
No,
Brazilian?
Interlagos.
It's either Portugal or Brazil. I think Portugal, but I'm.
23, 22. You've still got plenty of time. You've got 19 seconds.
What's the question again?
Which Formula One Grand Prix takes place at the
14
Interlagos?
seconds.
Brazil. Go Brazil.
You're going Brazil.
Yeah.
You're like a Brazilian. There we go. What? You got it. 64,000. Moving on up for the 125,000. Which of these provided the voice of Tex Tucker in Jerry Anderson's TV series Four Feather Fools? Rupert
Windsor
Davis,
Davis.
Nicholas Parsons, Windsor Davis, or Kenneth Connor?
Windsor
going
Davis.
Seriously? Four Feather Fools.
Seriously, you know that shit.
Have you seen it?
No.
I've never heard of it. For 125,000. Oh,
I said Nicholas Parsons. I said Nicholas Parsons. What are you doing?
Did you? What did I do?
You
didn't. You said Windsor Davis, didn't you?
No, I said Nicholas Parsons. What are you doing?
No! I could have sworn you said Windsor Davis.
I did. I'm only winding you up.
You did, didn't you? You swine. I didn't get me convinced then. It's like, am I hearing things here? Have I lost the plot? I've only had a beer.
And for any
One beer, Dango.
I do apologise.
Dango, one beer.
The piggish language used.
Yeah,
by
one beer.
Stanley.
I've had a beer. I've had a can of Stella. No, not Stella. San Miguel.
Stango Miguel.
Stan Miguel. Yeah, I'm still drinking it. I've still got half a pint left here. They're pint cans.
Yes, Grim.
Bumble, do you want to have a go next, or do you want to wait?
I'll wait.
Okay.
You're waiting.
In that
Okay.
case,
And for a bonus point, who played the original James Bond? And it was a radio show. Who
George
played?
Lazenby.
Nope.
I was going to say Sean Connery, but it's not. It's
you said the radio show.
The radio show, yeah. The original James Bond in the radio show.
Oh, in the radio
what
show.
radio show?
Yeah.
James Bond.
You know, back when I was in
Antics.
middle-aged, it was grim, yeah. No.
It must have been.
Back in the 40s or 50s, I'm not sure. I can't remember. My mind's gone. The original James Bond. I'll tell you anyway. It's just there you go. D-Wit's got it. Did anybody know that? Grandad played James Bond. It was Nicholas Parsons who played the original. No, it wasn't David Niven. That was Casino Royale. Yeah, it was Nicholas Parsons. It's one of those
Sorry for
lesser known
being
facts,
so
I think.
thick and not doing much.
Didn't he also play Uncle Somebody in the famous Five Go? I can't remember what it's called now.
Look what ticks us right, Grim.
I saw it. Cheeky.
Grim was the original.
I just saw the year. Right ticks.
Yeah, he was fairly young then. He was, he was in his hundreds.
Thousands.
Right, Rasta, you're going for it.
Huh? Again?
No, it's my turn. Or was it Rasta's?
Oh, Grim. Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, Grim. Which of these is a yellow flower? A custard cup, a cheese cup, a yogurt cup, or a butter cup? Would you like to phone a friend or go 50-50?
Well, it depends on whether or not I've got any cheese, whether I've got any paint, or whether I'm eating custard. But in this case, it would be a buttercup, sir.
You got butter. Okay. There we go. Buttercup.
Honestly.
Oh yes, 100. We're going up that scale
Right,
now.
I'm off now.
200.
Ta-ra.
You got your bottle. You got your 100. We're on the timer now. According to the popular phrase, which garment might one get in a twist? Bloomers.
In your case, it'd be
socks,
me. Knickers. What you
How
wear
did you
all
get-
the time, so you tell
Have I
me.
left my webcam on again? Damn, I've only got a t-shirt on. Right.
Actually, that's what happens when I go on to Anne Marie. She gets hers in a twist. I'm allowed to say what I like on here. What sort of animal? Go on.
Do you talk the hind legs off when you talk endlessly? A pig, a donkey, a rabbit, or a deer? Just answer the question. You don't need to comment on that. What sort of animal do you talk the hind legs off when you talk endlessly?
Well, it's got to be something that looks like you, Stan Goose, so I'd say a donkey.
I'm a rabbit, I'll have you know.
And Reed, does that mean you go commando?
Who says I wear any? Bob Holness. Oh, was the first voice of James Bond? I'm going to have to check that. Which food can be double, single, sour, or clotted? Milk, cheese, cream, or eggs?
Yes, absolutely C.
Eggs. Clotted eggs. Okay.
That's what I was thinking. How disgusting.
Double, single, sour, or clotted?
D.
D. D's eggs.
C. C.
So I'm still taken by that Bob Holness thing. I'm going to check that because that rings a bell.
You press the C. I'm running out of time here.
Oh, sorry. I thought I'd checked it. I thought I'd done it. Bob Holness could have been the original James Bond, actually.
I didn't start anything, Anne-Marie.
Where are you going to
Oh, look where it's going to reset.
Oh, what a surprise. Oh.
Well, I'll come back later.
No. Try again. Go again.
I just got the million. It's fine. It's not a problem. I got the million.
Oh, racing drivers. Definitely.
Right. Which of the following are banned from motorways? Learner drivers, farmers, pensioners, or racing drivers?
Got to be racing drivers.
Who's doing this? Are you doing this, Mumbo?
Nah. Is it my go?
I thought Grim was having another go. You can have a go if
Grim.
you like.
Grim.
Me. All right. Good job the timer's not on, isn't it? Right. In that case, then, it's got to be something connected to Stanger, because it always is. Right. So I would say pensions.
Yeah, that's it.
It's not mine.
I'm also a farmer.
No, well,
Right.
no.
Only since you retired.
It's not.
Pension, learner drivers.
Go on then. Learner drivers.
Oh,
For $100 pounds. There we go. We're up. Now we're on a timer, remember, Grim. Where does a patient normally go to consult a GP?
Surgery.
Laboratory. It depends who you are. I normally go back to the slab. You know, they just tweak it here and there. Right. What is the name of the 1960s pop group which originally featured Brian, Dennis, Cole, and Wilson? The Bleach Boys, the Sand Boys, the Coast Boys, or the Sun Boys?
The Coast Boys.
The Coast Boys.
They might have had some dinghies.
Brian, Dennis, and Cole
Beach
Wilson.
Boys.
The Bleach Boys. Okay, let's go for that then. For $300 pounds, it is, for now, yours. Oh, it's not clicked. Come on. Why is it not clicking? There we go. Now it has.
You're getting the no thing.
500. You've got to be kidding me. No, it's reset. This app is ridiculous. Oh, it's not even an app, it's a web thing. Oh.
All you need is a
Play a different game,
Shall we try the one with the adverts? Because everybody can join in on that one. Oh, that's annoying. That's so annoying.
And I have the DVD.
Right, so what's your backup to the backup?
Well, we can go back to that. What you call it? Although we've been kind of educated, and somebody needs to check whether it was Nicholas Parsons or Bob Holness, who was the original James Bond. Maybe I was thinking of the Saint. I thought it was James Bond, but anyway, yeah, I can't check it out because I'm doing this. Okay,
That's an excuse why you can't go on Google.
it's an excuse. Sure.
Can I just say, Amanda,
Yes.
I agree totally with you. It is a fix.
It's a fix, of course. How did you guess? You get top marks for that. Oh, there we go. Let's go back to this. It's going to be a bit annoying because of the adverts, but we just have
Right.
to.
Do you want to explain to those who haven't seen it before or can't remember?
Yeah, sure. Let's get it set up and you'll see what I mean, right? Right. So we start here. What we do, there's no timer on this, right? So it was Bob Holness. It was Bob Holness. Wow. Right, okay. We will have, it's a bit like Scrabble. We've got these letters and we need to make a word up to fit into one of those slots. Bearing in mind that just like Scrabble, the what do you call them, tiles have a number on, like a score.
Doubles and triples. And
Yeah. Like the J has got a 10 on. So if possible, you want to land it on a double or a
red
triple.
one at the bottom, like a triple word score. Or something.
Yeah, the red one at the bottom is triple words. The green one's a triple letter. The blue one is double words, and the others are double letter. The pink ones.
Right.
Can I have an E, please, Bob?
I told you I'd played Scrabble.
Nice one, Grit. Yeah.
I can't
So
see
basically,
Tiny.
you can't see anything. We've got a T,
No,
an
it's
E.
tiny.
It's very tiny
Oh,
on
no, I
screen.
can't.
Obviously, I can't make that any bigger, to be fair.
Oh no.
You mean the little squares are tiny? We got 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I've got full screen now. Right, I can see now. Yeah.
You got it.
Oh, is that the letters? Wait. The
Yeah.
first one?
So between us all, I mean, I guess like we should give the chat a what?
No, wait, no. J would be probably the one.
Answers only in the chat, please.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah, that's
see
a good
it.
idea.
Yeah.
Answers in the chat, yeah.
No, don't shout
J-A-Y.
out. Rasta.
I can't
Oh,
see nothing
sorry.
on my phone. Oh, is this going to be a problem with phones? Because Tiggs can't see anything either.
It's quite small, even on an iPad.
This is not
Well,
going to
I've
work.
Yeah,
in a
made
I'm
it
second.
full
struggling.
screen, so
Oh,
I
okay,
can't see the
okay.
chat anymore. But
That's not going to
I
work,
put
then,
it
is
in.
it? Sorry,
Some of
can't
your
read it.
older
Okay.
games.
Some of the older games?
Yeah.
What, like, the what's
Hangman?
it called again?
Oh,
Cards Against
man, I'm telling
Humanity.
you what it is.
Yeah.
Cards Against Humanity. I'll go and get
Hold on a
them.
second. Grandad, what are you doing down there? Get your backside in here. Need somebody else to have a go at. I mean, take the bits. No, I mean, just say hello to.
You won.
I'm getting the cards.
He's ended it.
He hasn't. It's still live, man. You're in wood.
He's ended the game.
Yeah, because no one could see
No,
it.
it's just. No, it's
Changing the game to Cards Against Humanity.
It's
I
not
think
even a
I've played that
game,
one,
is
Graham.
it?
lovely word there.
It's not really a game. It's just a bit of fun. It's like you have to fill in the blank with anything you like, basically.
Well, then, a good word for that last one was J. J-A-Y.
Would have
Double
scored
letter.
30 on the J letter, wouldn't
that
you?
would have been a good one.
25, you know. 3 letters.
I can't get these up on the screen though, unless.
I'll go
Oh.
off full screen so I can see
All
the
right.
chat again.
Oh my gosh! Do you know what the first one is?
What's going on here, man? Right.
What the heck? That can't be right. And these are bad.
What do you mean these are bad?
What's about? Have you picked up a really rude pack or something, Cam?
I have.
Man.
I'll tell you what, it just says. Do you know what this says? I just pulled it out and it says, touching a pug right on his penis. I'm pointing that back.
That's part of what
Touching-
the fuck it? Where you
All
getting
right.
that from?
That's from the cards.
Hang on a
Right.
second. Would you mind putting the pug back,
What are
please?
you?
Putting the pug
You
back.
did say you just pulled it out.
Oh no! I'm not even going to say the second card I pulled out, but anyway, here's one. Just fill in the blank to
I
the
want to
end.
hear it now.
Life for American Indians was forever changed when the white man introduced them to blank. Fill in the blank.
Nutella.
Use your imagination.
Crinkle.
To what? Crinkle. Life
Nutella.
for Life for American
No,
Indians
the
was
story
forever
goes.
changed when the white man introduced them to what?
Guns.
Guns. It could be. Remember, there's no right answer. YouTube.
Spliff.
Fire, water, spliff.
Well, they used to use bow and arrow and spears, didn't they?
Guns.
And roses.
Right.
Guns and Roses?
Guns and Roses.
Guns and Roses. I know when we've played this in the past, if you remember, there was lots, and the one that sticks in mind that kept cropping up was anal. Do you remember? It didn't matter what card you pulled out, somebody would come up with anal.
It was actually something else. But close.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh.
It was Uncle JJ, remember?
No, I'm thinking back. I'm thinking back to Discord. You're talking about penis.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Not personally.
But then penis and anal go hand in hand, right? Does
it?
Well,
I don't know.
like male
We
and
don't usually
female.
hold your anus, do you? You hold your penis.
I don't know.
You might prod it occasionally with one, but that's about all.
And does anybody talk out their penis? I don't know. Anyway, so, death taxes. Death taxes. That's a bit...
Death
Mind
and
of it.
taxes.
Oh, come on, Anne-Marie. I don't know if you're laughing at me or that's the answer to the Life for American Indians was forever changed when the white man introduced them to Stangu. No, I think...
BMWs.
just laughing at
BMWs.
BMWs? What, Bob Marley and the Wailers?
What about a car?
Oh, right.
I said
very-
spliff. Whoever said weed.
Spliff. Unless it's holding someone else's. All right.
Yeah,
do it.
D.
That's not bad. All right. I think we got some answers to this. Unless he's... Let's move on to the next one. Because there's no answers. We're just having fun with these, aren't we? Right. These are random. Oh, no. Today
Stop
on the...
editing.
Who's editing?
Will you stop
had to Google
editing?
it,
You
man.
said, "Oh no."
Oh, sorry. I wasn't editing. I was ad-libbing.
Hello.
Granddad.
Good evening, everybody on panel. I've been in chat for young.
No,
Hello,
you're asleep
Grandad.
in chat.
Hello, Bumble.
Hi, Grandad.
Hello, Lord Wardits. Hello, Rasta. Hello, Stango. Hello, Grim.
Hello. Can I
Hello,
just,
Grandma in the background.
just as you know, how long is a yonk? Is it as old as a donkey, or is it shorter, like a yonk?
Yonks. For young.
I mean, when you think donkey's years, is it
hours, it could be weeks, it could be years. It's however you want.
I mean, yonk would maybe be older than donkey's years because donkeys do have a time limit. Where a yonk, what is a yonk?
Yonk is years, or months, or minutes, or seconds. It's
But is
been
it-
long since I've had a bone, for instance.
But is it more than donkey's years?
Well, it's been long since I've had a bone.
Okay.
Right. Okay, here we go. Next one.
Right. Carry on.
Ready?
Hey,
Today.
I got double wed scar in that last one when you played it off. Jet. My J was
Jet.
double. Yes.
Oh,
Jet.
of course, Jet.
J was better. Because
J.
the Y is 4 and a T is just 1.
Ah, ooh, okay.
25
Mm.
No, J is 8, isn't it? Is it 8 or 10? I don't know.
Anyway, that was a previous game.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Yeah, but for
I
his
knew
help,
what.
isn't it?
No, all right. I know, man.
Granddad Snowflake, behave.
Snowflake. Let me read this out so the chat can have a go, and then we can just chat above it. Right? You ready?
Answers in
Today,
the chat.
answer in the chat, and you can talk on it. Today on the Jeremy Kyle Show, help! My son is what? Exclamation mark. Oh, it wouldn't be
I need a
touching
beer.
touching a pug's penis or something. Can you imagine if that come out with that? Today on the Jeremy Kyle Show, help! My son is what? Exclamation mark.
Boris Johnson.
My son is Boris Johnson.
Putin.
It's the same thing, really, isn't it? What an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Well,
Donald Trump.
Rasmus is a robot.
Yeah. My son is a Tory. Help! My son is a snowflake.
No, we didn't say they were related to you.
I'm offended by that.
Good.
I'm melting. I'm melting. Get you, my pretty.
Did you say pretty? Sounded like something else.
What did it sound like?
Meow.
Oh! I'll get you, my kitty. No, I know what you mean.
That with the P word.
I know what you mean. I just don't encourage that kind of filth. I just
No, I don't
promote,
either.
I
was
just
like-
promote it.
I do mishear things, which is one of my hearing conditions. At times.
What's that? My son is somebody else's.
My son is a girl.
It could be, but that sounds like the Jeremy Kyle Show, doesn't it? From what I've heard.
Yeah.
My son is a girl.
Son is part of the mafia.
And my son is a daughter. Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
My son is sleeping with my auntie, with his aunt.
Oh.
My son is going to kill himself if he comes on this show.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, couldn't help that one.
Well, it happens, doesn't it? Well, at least once
Yeah.
it did.
I get your humour, Gina.
My son is a camp bunny. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be allowing any gayness in my family.
My son is a chocolate bar. Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. I've been
Today on
far too long in hospital. I'm eating chocolate.
Okay. My son,
My son is yours, Jeremy's.
No.
That's awesome.
My son is selling you cocaine, Jeremy Kyle. No. My son is a corpse.
My son is in debt because of Jeremy Kyle.
Oh.
My son had an affair with your wife, Jeremy Kyle.
My son takes after me, and there's like 30 different families.
My son is faking it.
My son is a compulsive liar, and he didn't turn up because he's walking the dog.
My son is myself.
It would come from you,
Oh, no,
SB.
SB? What?
I'm sure you're
Did you say-
SB, aren't you?
My
Somebody
son
said that
is
the other
having my baby.
Oh, no!
Granddad, I'm worried about you then.
Fucking dead son, like. Oh, God.
Granddad, I'm worried about you. Everybody, look what D Witt has written.
My son has had sex on a train with a chicken. That sounds like the Jeremy Kyle Show.
Land Rover, my son is also my uncle.
I'm from Norfolk.
What do with Norfolk?
Backwater. Backwater.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. Any more for any more with that one? Oh, dear.
My son thinks he's God.
My son is breastfeeding me. I don't know.
My son thinks he's God.
Oh,
and he
dear.
walks with 3 legs.
My son has a skin complex and looks like Shrek.
My son lives in the
That's horrible.
basement. And he's only got one eye.
My son has locked me in a room. Right, okay. With
My
100
son likes
cats.
to chain me up.
Oh,
My
right.
son is a bitch.
Shall we go for the next one? What did Amber say? My son is my uncle. All right, next one, right? Here up. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that what you're suffering from is called what?
Penile numbness.
Penile numbness.
It's a real thing, you know.
Hey, oh, is it?
Cyclists
Oh, I
get
wouldn't
it. Cyclists get it when they're sat. Like, you got to listen to this, right? Cyclists get it from when they're sat on the saddle for too long, right? And if you look in the general medical practitioner's book, it says discreet massage alleviates it. Can you imagine them on the Tour de
In the
France?
1900s, isn't it?
Tour de
Yeah.
France.
Can you imagine them on the Tour de France behind all the bushes?
I've got to believe
Women
myself.
used to go to the doctors back in the early days to get certain massages with the vibrators. A very real
Oh, did
thing.
they? Are you
Yeah,
talking
so
about the
doctors
cure
were
for
the
madness?
phone.
Yeah,
The cure for madness.
was
Masturbation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the big vibrator thing about like a meter long, you know, with an electric cable on.
Have you looked into that, Master, a lot then?
Well, no, I just came across it once.
You came across it, did you? Okay.
I can't help but talk that way.
Okay.
Do you know what to say tonight?
No, I just.
Shall I read it again
Don't do
anyway?
No, we don't
Rusty-
do anything like that.
Rusty clipoids? Rusty clipoids? All right, let's read it again. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that what you're suffering from is called... We got rusty clipoids.
Narcissistic.
Rusty Star Dog. I told my friend some weed was called Rusty Star Dog when it was just like Star Dog. And he went home telling his broken mates. And they were all laughing at him, saying, like, surely that's not right, like. And then I told him like a couple of months later that no, I was just taking a piss. And he's like,
Hey, I'll tell you what, I did something once like that, not exactly the same as that, but I was in Scotland on a bike rally, and it was New Year, and it was New Year's Eve. We were in a bar, like in a pub or whatever, getting sloshed and all that. But I started ordering Green Deaths. You know what the Green Death is, the drink? It's a snake bite, cider lager with a double shot of blue Curaçao in it. Yeah, and it turns it green like washing up liquid. Yeah, we call it the Green Death. And there was a Scottish guy next to me. I'm not even going to attempt the accent. He goes, "What's that you drinking?" And I goes, "What's it? What's that you're drinking, laddie?" And I said, "Oh, it's called a chocadoobie." Right? He goes, a chocadoobie. He goes, "Get me a chocadoobie." And the barber, he goes, "Oh, you want one of these, right?" Before you know it, like, we're sitting on our table and you got all these Scots guys like going up to the bar asking for chocadoobies. Get another chocadoobie in here. You know, it was like, it was hilarious. All getting wrecked on it. Chocadoobie. And my friend suggested it. He said it was from an advert of some kind.
Chocadoobies each. Oh,
All right. Anyway, have we got any more for this?
Erectile dysfunction.
Erectile dysfunction. Okay. I'm brilliant.
Land Rover has put something. Reeves bottom.
What's going on?
What? That was actually a
Actually, in
Victorian
a
medical.
Victorian. Wow.
Go on, go ahead.
No, go on, Stan. You.
No, I talk too much. You carry on.
Reaver's Bottom. That was actually in a Victorian medical book I once read.
Okay. I'm guessing that's to do with sitting down for long periods rather than the shuttle spinning off and ending up somewhere.
I think it was a sore arse you got from the repetitive movements while weaving at a loom. Ah, okay.
Well, that's good to know. So the shuttle went nowhere apart from left and right.
You have a 15-minute warning.
Oh.
Stango. Idle bastarditis. Bastarditis. Sorry, say it. I'm laughing.
I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that what you're suffering from is called a broomstick up your anus. Or something like that. Oh, that beer's going to my head. I've got a swiggle.
You're suffering from stanguism.
Yeah, I am, yeah. Stanguism. Rasta is having reception problems. Oh, has Rasta's dropped off? Oh, he's having reception problems.
Shopping girl's knee. I know there was housemaid's knee.
Shop girl's knee? Oh, yeah, I've heard of housemaid's knee. I've never heard of shop girl's knee.
Stacking shelves.
Yeah, Grim, 15 minutes warning for what? Are you going to come and reap us all, are you?
No, before the end of the show.
Oh, Killjoy was here.
Half an hour.
No, you got to have 15 minutes warning just in case. Probably the same thing. Yeah, it sounds like it could be, couldn't it? Shop girl's knee could be the same as what was it again? Housemaid.
Housemaid knee. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can find a better one. Yeah, this is a classic, right? It was that. Is that from the shoe shops? Shoe shops. Shop girl's knee. It could be, couldn't it? Shoe shops. Here we go. Just once. Here we go, Anne-Marie. Just once, I'd like to hear you say, thanks, Mum. Thanks for what?
Definitely a mother's joke, that one.
It is, isn't it? Just once, I'd like to hear you say, thanks, Mum. Thanks for not having me. Possibly D. What? D. Thanks for everything. Okay, yeah, that would be nice. That's just too true, isn't it? Thanks for everything. I really appreciate
Land
you.
Rover
Everything you've done.
means possibly D-Wit. Is that from shoe shops? For the last question.
Possibly D. Thanks for... Oh, I don't know. Thanks for everything. Thanks for not telling me I was adopted.
I can answer this one.
Go on.
Yeah, truthfully. Thanks, Mum, for giving me my name and not my dad, who wanted to call me Tuesday after the actress.
Tuesday? What actress?
It's true. There was an actress called Tuesday back in the 50s, 60s.
I should remember her then. I remember Wednesday.
I was thinking of Wednesday, actually.
Yeah,
That was a character.
Not to me. It's very real.
Tuesday
Wishful
World.
thinking.
Tuesday World.
Sorry?
Tuesday World.
Tuesday World, yeah, that's it.
What a strange
Or Tuesday Night.
World.
No, Tuesday World I was going to be named after.
Wow.
And my mum decided not to wait for my dad to register the name of my birth. So I ended up as Teresa, as everybody knows.
So can we call you Wednesday now?
No. No.
Teresa Green, by any chance? No? Anyway. Any more for this anyway? Just once. It's only Anne-Marie that's answered. Come on. Just once, I'd like to hear you say, thanks, Mum. Thanks for...
Ignoring me.
Thanks for shagging Dad. Thanks for shagging Dad.
Oh.
What?
Come on, Grandad, you got something for this one. Come on.
No.
Well, too much, is it?
Yeah.
Come on, just say it. Just say
No.
it.
Thanks for letting the gynecologist slap you.
No way, Anne-Marie. You really knew somebody called Teresa Green. Do you know what? It's funny because like my dad had somebody work with him for him, and his name was Arthur, and his surname was Lemon. How cruel are parents at times? Arthur Lemon.
I actually
Very true.
I met a new carer in this care home that I've just come to, and when she said me my name, no, that was it. A male was called Gladys. I went, your mum wasn't nice to you then, was she?
Well, it was like me. I had a friend and we was in an airport and I shouted, Jack!
Oh, God.
Can I just read out what Peter Pope says there? It's not relevant to this, but it's poetic again, isn't it? I had only one mum. She had to go to leave me for me to become a man. Hi, all. Hi, Peter. That's nice. I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, poetic. I had only one mum. She had to go to leave me for me to become a man. It's almost biblical, isn't it?
Good evening, Peter.
We had Anita Carrot at school. Do you remember Jasper Carrot when he was talking about his daughter? Do you remember what he said he was going to call his daughter, or what he wanted to call his daughter?
No.
Henrietta.
Yeah.
Henrietta Carrot, yeah.
Did anybody have weird teacher names like we used to have a Mrs. Cook for cookery?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Absolutely honest.
I had a Mrs.
there was-
Fox, and she was not a fox at all.
we had an English teacher.
I've spoken to a Richard Head who in Sister I called him Dick. And I also had a Richard Cranium. He insisted I called him Mr. Cranium.
No.
So I called him Dick.
Hey, hang on, Peter Pope. Who said you're not welcome here? Nobody said you're not welcome here. You're free.
Peter, everyone's welcome here.
You're free. I had a teacher, an English teacher called Mrs. By the Way. Why do teachers, they must have bad names and then take on the job as a teacher? Mrs. By the Way, I mean, every single kid was like, oh, leaving the classroom. Oh, by the way, Mrs. We had a woodwork teacher called Mr. Allcock, who got the name Allcock and no balls, of course.
We had a sports teacher called Mrs. Bull. She changed it from Mrs. Grant because she got with one of the other teachers and there was 2 bulls.
But only one cow.
But she tried to rename herself as Grant Bull and we just kept calling her Bull.
Can I just say something to Peter Pope, right? You say just not liked anywhere on YouTube. I don't think that's the case. And besides, right, listen, you recommended 2 books to me, which I purchased, and I've been recommending those to anybody interested in common law. It's not that you're not liked.
I've got nothing against you.
I think it's just the way people come across and misunderstand what you're saying. That's all.
Yeah,
but
that's all.
No, I mean, you're always welcome on here. You and I have our differences, but we agree to disagree. And that's what it's all about. We don't get personal. Otherwise, I'd be slinging Stangu off for ruining that segment.
Yeah,
don't do things like
that. You just be yourself. We're all ourselves, right? Oh, well. Some of them, some of us haven't. Okay.
Who did that?
You put the link up for Rasta.
Who was it? It became an opera singer.
The Phantom.
Some others do have them. Michael
Crawford. Michael Crawford.
Michael Crawford, wasn't it?
Crawford, that's it.
I saw him live in Barnum when I was a kid. He was absolutely amazing. Second night in, and he walked a tightrope off the stage into one of the boxes, like the Royal boxes at the London Palladium.
Was he trying to get a knighthood or something?
It was just part of the show, but he was amazing that when I saw him. So
Oh,
40 years ago.
He's a
Every
nice
time
guy.
I think of him, sorry, Grim.
Yeah, go on. I was
So
just saying
every
he's a
time
nice
I
guy.
think of him is the scene from not Only Fools and Horses, Some Others Do Heaven, where he's on the roller skates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just
holding on to the bus.
Yeah, the bus and going. Oh.
He did his own stunts.
Yeah.
As well.
Grim, he didn't have a stand-in or any safety net at a live theatre. And I've actually got his autograph. Don't know if it's worth anything.
Do you know, now you mention it, somebody was talking about that, and I looked it up on YouTube because I was saying it was hilarious. Some of us do have them. And I watched 2 episodes. I don't remember laughing once, to be honest. And all I was doing was looking and seeing all the mistakes. I could see they were on the 2nd floor of a building and you saw a cameraman outside the window, like backing up. They didn't edit it out and things like that. And I thought, okay. I don't know what the deal was with that, but I'm sure at the time it was funny.
Can I just point out to Anne-Marie, this is the Grim Reaper radio show, not the Anne-Marie I stay awake all night job.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, you're offering to go live after then? Is that your offer?
Yes, of course she is.
Yeah.
I really don't know how she does it. I really don't.
From 12 o'clock, it'll give me something to listen to while I fall asleep. I'm not saying that you're boring at all.
Anne-Marie, the Late Show, till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Late show.
I grew up with some mothers do have them on the TV every time it was on the box. But to actually see him in Barnum, which is the new version of Barnum, like changed to The Greatest Showman. So I've been told.
Okay.
Peter should have been on here last night. It certainly wasn't dead.
Yeah, you should have been here last night. We were actually looking for you. Common law is dead. Don't use it. Never. I mean, I don't feel like I have to use it. I feel like I do live by something similar to common law. But I don't need to use it because if you live by common law and you're causing no harm to anybody, why would you need to defend yourself? Unless, of course, it's the corruption of the governments that are coming down upon you.
Okay.
Rasta, I've got a box set of Mork and Mindy.
Oh my God.
Mork and Mindy?
That must be heaven.
I think there's about 32, DVDs in there.
Right, what's the next question? Sorry.
This is my favourite box set. Look at that.
What is it?
The Gruffalo.
Oh!
It's all in a metal case and everything.
Awesome.
It's a misunderstanding with common law. It's a misunderstanding with common law.
Well, I'd love to understand what you mean by that. I know I argued against it, so to speak, but
yeah. I mean,
I do things like that.
As far as the name change goes, I mean, we're free to change our name. If you want to register it with the government, it's a different story, isn't it?
You have to change your name by depot to legally change your name.
You can use a name, don't you?
Yeah. But your legal name will be, because that's the way they get around it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's all the consent business. I mean, they can drag me out, but I don't consent to it.
Yeah, but if you change your name by depot, it is legal because you renounce the name that you've got.
Yeah,
the only thing is your name never changes off your birth certificate. Now I don't know whether that's the same for somebody that changes the gender, because I don't know about that. But that was one that people have said about, if someone had a partner, like I know somebody what had a change.
You're not connected yet, Peter. I can't add you.
Why would I change my name with deed poll? Because that's just encourage. That's just that. Why? What's wrong with just saying like, well, that's not me. I am I.
Well, as opposed,
that's it.
yeah, you've got a right to that. I mean, these reasons why people change, these reasons are valid reasons, and I mean not nasty reasons. I'm on about valid reasons.
Yeah. I mean, I have a valid reason. I won't go into that right now, but I think Grim might understand. But it's I mean, aren't you enabling them even more by informing them? Okay, the only reason we would do it by deed poll is to so the bills go to the right name, or the rent, or the taxes and stuff like that. And that's the problem, isn't it? They've got you registered, and they want you registered. Is there any way out of this? To live free, because it doesn't matter how free you think you are. You've got a roof over your head. You've got to pay. We're just paying all the time. It doesn't matter what you own. You're still paying something.
Oh, there's a point in your life where you need something like assistance in hospital and all that, and it all gets tracked back, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Even if you lived in a cabin in the woods, you'll probably find out eventually that land belongs to somebody else. It's not your land. Why can't we just live free? Big up, live free.
Because the law says you can't.
Exactly. This is the problem. It's the law, isn't it?
Or I'll rephrase this. Society says you can't.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, I'd say that, Grim. Yeah.
That's what I would say. Society, not
but
us.
How can you drop out of society? Because wherever you go, there's always somebody going to be there to say like, "Oi, that's my land." It's like, well, there's nothing here. It's like you're going to have to pay me rent or something like that.
Yeah.
There's no way you can. There's no escape, is there, from this?
Not
Unfortunately,
really.
not.
Exactly.
Are we having Are you going to say do something else before I close up?
Oh, go on then. Let's have
closing
another one
up
of
at
these.
midnight.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, so because we're on this subject, it's a pity that kids these days are all getting involved with what?
Masturbation.
It's a pity that kids these days
let's
are all
not
getting
drag it
involved with
down to the lowest common denominator or below in your case.
Guns.
Oh, man.
Try again.
Sorry. You want to read it again?
Yeah.
It's a pity that kids these days are all getting involved with transgenderism.
I'm waiting for it, Lord.
With priests? How about priests? No.
The Girl Scouts.
Oh, here we go. It's getting serious now. We've got mainstream from Gina. Technology with Anne-Marie. This is serious, isn't it? This is what we were talking about.
What? Serious? At this time of night?
Well, we were earlier on Mrs. J's. We were talking about kids and AI and all that. DeWitt, Disney had some Robin. Oh, that's about Robin Williams.
Rasta, which message? I don't see any message deleted.
There's 5 on the panel. There's 8 in the chat, all having a discussion. Some might say that's a mass debate as well.
So it's not just children.
See, there you go. Rasta's got brainwash. I mean, yeah. I mean, you should see some of the answer cards. You can have anything from Adolf Hitler, Jimmy Savile. They all kind of tie in with each other. I mean, I'll pick one out now. Yeah, this is random. It says here, it's a pity that kids these days are all getting involved with Pac-Man uncontrollably guzzling cum. That's how random these are. Okay. I retracted a message, but none of Rasta's. No, Rasta's haven't been deleted. Brainwash. Okay.
It might be YouTube Rasta.
Getting involved with. auditing. No, it's not.
Sorry,
pity,
I thought
though.
you said. I thought you were going to say something else. Sir.
Anne-Marie, could you?
Or-
No, I'm not going to say that.
Any more? Must be the AI. It must be.
Making radio stations. Oh! Sorry.
I'm making radio stations. Okay.
We've got plenty to give away.
It's a pity that kids these days are all getting involved with perverted adults.
Perverted policeman.
They're perverted policemen with lawbreakers. I mean, people say like drugs or porn or whatever, but that's the cards that come out, you see.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
It is. Any more for any more? No. With AI. Oh, exactly. We're going to church. Like I said, priests. We're still talking about Robin Williams here. We're back to Robin Williams. Why do we often go back to Robin Williams? He's just brilliant,
He's a
wasn't he?
legend.
That one where he's a psycho. Is that the one with the movies? Oh, hang on. The Fisher King's great. Was he a psycho in The Fisher King? I thought he was what was that one called 8mm or something, where he was stalking. Well, he was developing photos for a family, and he was keeping all the photos, and he thought he felt like he was part of the family. He'd watch the kids grow up just through developing the films for them. He'd seen them get married, he'd seen them all grow up, the family grow up, and I think, if I remember, he started stalking them or something. And they got freaked out by it. But that was a good one. And The World According to Garp was another good one, I thought.
I thought the one with Matt Damon as a young kid, who's that was a good one. He plays his like mentor or something.
What's that? The Fish, not the Fisher King. The Fisher King. That wasn't Matt Damon, was it? No. You're talking about Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting, yeah, and Dead Poets Society was a good film.
Yeah. Do you know? I still haven't seen Dead Poets, and I should have. I should have seen it a long time ago. I need to watch it. Yeah, Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault. Is it that one? It's not your fault. No.
What about Flubber? He did that as well, and one of the Aladdin ones, didn't he?
Yeah.
I've not seen the Aladdin one. Flubber. Who played the original? Oh, sorry.
Patch Adams and Mrs. Doubtfire.
Was there another one about Doctor? Was he in something called Awakenings or something?
Yes,
It wasn't.
Awakenings.
That was
it was
it.
about stroke patients, and he threw a ball, and they would instinctively put their hand up to catch it, like a tennis ball.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Don't know if it was stroke or Alzheimer's or something.
Right. Can I just say one thing? Good morning, Vietnam! Or something like that. That was a brilliant movie.
Anne-Marie's answer to your card was that about the children, the real world, shame they can't stay in imagination world.
That's just sad and true, isn't it? It
So
really
true,
is.
Anne-Marie.
Yeah. A world, I imagine, doesn't involve schools. Yeah, just let the kids be kids. Let them be free. Let them be wild. Let them do what they want. They'll grow into teenage anarchists, hopefully, and yeah, after become auditors or something.
You got it in for auditors tonight?
No, I'm supporting them. It's I got it in for the auditors. No. Oh, 1 Hour Photo. That was the movie. The Robin Williams called 1 Hour Photo. Yeah, that was quite creepy, that was. Got him for all.
Not seen that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's quite a dark movie. How about Birdcage? Has anybody seen Birdcage? The one where he plays a gay chap. No?
Oh, I can't remember.
One of his lesser-known movies. Yeah, I must watch Dead Poets because I've pretty much seen everything other than Aladdin. I didn't even know he was in there that Robin Williams made.
He was the voice of the genie in one of them, one of the animated ones.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that. I remember sitting down with my kids and finding all of the Mork and Mindy on YouTube, and we will watch that together. And funnily enough, right, I don't think anybody else watched it because as soon as we were watching the episodes, they were being deleted for copyright, so we could only watch them once.
I found the Mork and Mindy about 3 years ago on YouTube, but I was in a supermarket looking for some DVDs, and my mate just picked up a whole box set of it, and it was on offer, and it wasn't that expensive for like about 32 DVDs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Wasn't he the voice of Alf? Do you remember an Alien program?
Yeah, Alf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the voice of Alf?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Alien Life
don't know.
Force or something?
Alien
Yeah, I
Life
know who you
Form.
mean. It was this brown hairy creature, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I was
I
forced
didn't
to
really
work
watch it, but
through Big Birdcage. Yeah, I was forced to work through it too. I didn't like it at all. There were some funny moments, but it was like, nah, this is not my cup of tea. Yeah, Birdcage.
Is that the one with what's her face in it? Birdcage. What's the one?
It was the one where... Go on.
Oh, I can't think.
Birdcage, the one where he was playing a gay guy. He was in a gay relationship, and I think it was all about the gay club. I think that was the Birdcage. I'm not too sure.
No.
It's not something that's stuck in my mind, to be fair. What's that? Oh, Peter said his comm went down when he, but backstage now. If we're still up.
what time are you
for him.
finishing, Grim?
In about
You were
5
going to
minutes or
finish
so.
before midnight, weren't you?
Yeah, but I want to hear what Peter's wants to get off his chest. Though.
Hi,
Come on,
Peter.
Peter.
Hello, Peter.
You're muted up, man.
Hi, Peter.
Hi all, evening all.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, Bumblebee. I did watch your channel, but not last night. I watched it earlier on today, and there was a lot of negativity in that. Like, for instance, Grim Reaper, you say that common law is dead. We're the foundations of common law, England. How can common law be dead? We created it, so it's not dead because the rest of the world
You
uses
remember
it.
the conversation
We
had,
are
didn't
we
you?
are the people. Hold on, sorry. Before you answer, we are the people that tend to ignore it. The rest of the world doesn't. Just England ignores it, and yet we're the foundations of it. Go on, sorry, go on.
Yeah. If you look at it from a point of view of how things have changed over the years since common law was popular, right, and since the days of Oliver Cromwell, we no longer have common law
I agree.
because everything's
agree.
been changed. And from that perspective,
I
and the
agree.
point I was trying to make was common law in its original format is no longer alive. There's only a few people keeping it alive and who
I agree.
understand it. And what we're trying to get at, in a way, was we have to work with what we've got, because to get to where we want to
I
be,
agree again.
we've got to change the system. And
Yeah, I won't
that's
agree
why I
with
was
that.
trying to explain from my perspective, and certainly in my lifetime, I'm never going to see common law.
Remember one thing, Grim, and that's this: if you're faced with a bully, you only have two options, and that is either you stand and fight or you back down. If you stand and fight, he doesn't get his way, and if you back down, he does get his way. That's the same with government. It's all about contract law. Yeah, it's all about this. They told you, and they carry on telling you, and you had this show the other day that says why our rights being eroded or something like that. Yeah. Now, the reason why our rights are being eroded is because we're ignorant. It's because we let them get away with it. What we forget is this. Now, somebody says on your channel, which I did hear, if not yours, somebody else's, that we are a master to the age of 7. And then after the age of 7, that master goes and we're now called Mister. And the reason for that is this. Yeah, you're a master up to the age of 7. Yeah, because they have no control of you. And we'll get to birth certificates in a minute. They have no control of you until the age of 7 plus. Then you are lost at sea. Then the Cesti K Trust comes into play. But you don't know about that. You're ignorant and you just don't want to know about that. You just want to slag other people down for knowing this business. And because you're ignorant and not knowing this business, you put shows on and then turn around and say to people, yo, common law's dead. Don't look at this. Look here. Don't look here. Look there. You know, listen, none of us can be controlled. We are all individuals that have our own way of thinking. Now, what I learnt was this, is by listening to channels like yours and Stangu and SG and everybody else that's out there, I'm only looking for one thing, and that is concrete boots, something I can use and something I can stand with. Now, there's a lot of EastEnders I hear on YouTube, a lot of Coronation Street. I don't hear no constructive chat. I'm the only cunt that brings it here, and yet none of you are interested in it. Now, I don't care, and I'm not really interested. I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm not here to be bigger than anybody. All I've got to say is, why can't anybody also give me a 50-50 way of being? In other words, why do I need to speak to myself in the mirror to understand myself? Why can't I speak to people like you that are out here chucking this stuff forward? Hence the auditors and everything else, chucking stuff forward. And then when I come with constructive chat that is unworthy for you lot, yeah, for you lot to carry, and yet I'm the free man, and I'm the one with the brain injury, and I'm the one. See, there's another thing I heard you say again, Reefer. I've got a brain injury. Let me explain my brain injury. My brain injury, for everybody on this channel and everybody in life in general, my brain injury, or a brain injury in general, is this. When you have a brain injury, you're misunderstood. Because we see things different to the way that you do. That's all.
Yeah, that was the point I was
my
making.
brain injury interferes in my type of life. My brain injury interferes in your type of life. Because you're the ones that categorize me, that give me the brain injury.
No, Peter,
Yes,
you
you do.
totally
It's like looking at
misunderstood.
a man in a shop that has a disfigured face. Yeah, you see it. Yeah, and I will give you one credit. Yeah, my disability is hidden and people don't see it. Yeah, so I don't get that. I don't get that second look like most people do. I will give you that, and I heard you say that on one of your channels. Listen, I'm not here to knock anybody down or big up anybody or even put myself first or foremost. I'm here to just have a conversation. That's all. And I will shut up now. Sorry, I took most of you.
Peter, one question. I believe it might have been you the other night on a chat, or a live chat that I saw, and I believe you said you had PTSD, and I commented in the chat, and I do totally get you. Okay.
Thank you, Bumblebee. But I didn't read your chat because I stay away from the chat because I don't get nothing but hatred. Yeah, I'd rather speak to a person face to face.
There's an innocent question as well in the chat from Anne Marie to you, Peter. And it says, would you ever consider starting your own live to talk about common law and to educate us?
Why, to be slagged down in the way that I am already when not being live? No, I'm not prepared to take
You don't have to do it live. You could just do a video and put up without comments, couldn't
I've
you?
got a video coming out very soon that's going to shock everybody. That's probably even going to change people's minds. Even people are going to start looking at things in a different aspect. But I don't want that video coming out just yet because there isn't an ending to it. What I'm trying to do is prosecute the police to the point where they get out of their uniform and will never stand again as a uniform officer or a uniform copper, which way you want to see it. Now, I ain't a man to put something out there that ain't got an outcome to come to show you what I've said from start to finish is true. So until I have the start, I have the middle. I just don't have the finish at the moment.
Is that the one that you're collaborating with SG on?
Yes, that's the one I'm
Cool.
collaborating.
I look forward to seeing it.
Look,
interesting.
honestly, listen, please. I'm not putting anything out for anybody. I put out what I just did at the time, what was I was confronted with, and I dealt with it the best way I could. Yeah. Like I said from start when I came onto YouTube, I turned around and says, nothing is fighting through the courts. It's fighting on paper. Yeah. To the point where you have to fight them in the same manner as they're trying to fight you in court. It's hard to explain. It really is.
You have to be on the same level as them.
Well, I just want a like-minded person like SG that has the ability to just listen sometimes and stop categorizing me or putting me on some kind of level. Listen, I know I'm not here. I know I have a disability that I can't put forward for most people to comprehend in the way that I see things. Like I say, I'm the one with a brain injury, and I look at you like you're the fuckers with a brain injury. And yes,
You're right there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter. I don't know how you knew that, but you are 100% right, mate. You're not alone.
I am.
No, you're
You're
not.
not alone.
Not when it comes
You're
to
not.
brain injury, mate. I'm telling you right now. You're not alone, okay?
No, I'm
Leave it at
not. I will
that.
agree with you there, mate, because I go to a victim support situation, and I'm with like-minded people. So no, I'm not alone there. You're dead right. But here on YouTube, yes, I am.
No, the
You're
point
not
I
the only
was,
one with a brain injury,
Sorry,
Peter, on YouTube.
Peter,
I
what
don't
I
have
was trying,
anybody that
Peter,
can balance their way of thought on mine.
no, but Peter, it's not the fact that you have a brain injury, it's the way that you come across. And it's maybe part of your personality.
Yes, it
But
is.
it wasn't a negative.
Everything's been negative towards
If it
me.
was a negative, I would say no, you're not allowed up here. Right?
No,
But
I didn't say you
there's no
personally.
negative
I'm on about
whatsoever.
YouTube
Yeah,
in
well,
general.
YouTube
I'm
is
not on about the
controlled
people.
by snowflakes, in my own personal opinion. But do you know what? You've got a lot to say. You should be heard. You've got a right to say it at the end of the day. I've offered this to you before via Skype. We can do a recording. You can say whatever you want to say. You'd be free to say what you want without anybody questioning you or putting anything in, right, in chat or anything like that. Right?
Not edited.
It'll be unedited. We'll have a conversation and we'll put it out on the website.
Okay, great.
You know, there's
Yeah,
no
great.
issues whatsoever.
Okay,
It's just
thank you for
all
that.
I'm saying is it's the way you come across at times. That's
Okay,
all. It can be
okay.
confrontational.
Let me explain the way I come across. Right, I don't know. I come across in the way or the manner that you see me. I am just general, just like you, Grim, just like Stango or B and everybody else. It's only when I'm told do I notice I'm doing something wrong. I'm just trying to fit in and be general. Now I don't know I'm going up here, and I don't know I'm going down here. I have a disability which I don't understand. The only thing I do understand is this: is information, right and wrong. I know I do a lot of wrong in my life, so I want to stop doing the wrong, and I want to learn to do right. Through my injury, I fight a lot of people because I get angry very fast. I get not to 60 in a second.
Peter,
and I'm in a fight, and I'm the one that gets injured. Go on, sorry.
from what I've seen you being on channels, and I've never been on a channel with you, okay? I've seen you on a few channels, and suffering PTSD myself. Sometimes people with PTSD or a brain injury can perceive something totally different to what the person saying it.
Yes.
So it's like me saying to Grim, an orange is red.
I agree
and
with
he's
you.
going,
Most of it is my fault in the
but I'm just
perception
saying
I see
that with
things.
PTSD, we perceive a lot of things, and it just takes time, and you're not going to change overnight. Like Rome wasn't built in a day.
I'm not trying to
So you
change.
just got to learn step by step, and it's really hard. I'm trying to change myself and try and recover with my PTSD and everything.
Bumblebee, my problem is this: is communication skills. I don't have communication skills at all whatsoever. When I had my brain injury, I forgot how to communicate with people. I come across shouting, talking. To me, it's talking, but to them, it's shouting. It's me being aggressive towards them. I don't know that until then that they tell me that. Then when they do tell me that, I know that I've stepped out and I've stepped across the line. So I step back to my line and try and bring myself back down with the ability
Where you're trying to ground yourself back into the reality of here and now, not
back into the reality of the
anger
conversation,
mode.
back into the reality of the conversation that I'm having, because sometimes, like this conversation, I tend to go above and beyond, and I drift off in my own mind. Yeah,
Peter, it is common with PTSD.
Then I get told, "Yo, you're fucking confusing me, man. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Oh shit." because I kind of like drift with my brain. This is what I say sometimes.
But-
Yo, I'm the one with a fucking brain injury, and yet,
Yeah.
and SG has told me sometimes not to use this word. And I look at people on YouTube and I say this word, and I don't even know I'm saying it. I just say, "You fucking thick cunt." Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But I don't
But
mean
could
it
that
like,
be you zoning out? You know, like disassociation, where part of your brain leaves reality and goes out
yes,
the window to somewhere
yes,
safer because you perceive you're being attacked. I do it
yes.
too. I
And
totally
then
get you. All
And
right.
then when I let go, which I tried not to, and I did do with Vincent the other day, yeah. But when I let
Yes.
go, it's me that has to suffer with that because I have to look at myself and see how I presented myself
Yeah.
in a bad manner when all I'm trying to do is give everybody a message. And all I'm doing
Peter,
is
can I add
destroying
something?
myself.
When I disassociate, like part of my brain leaves the room where I am and here and now, and it's very difficult for people to even know that part of my brain or you know has left the room, that part of my mind, which is like a protective matter to do with trauma.
Yeah.
Now, is there any way that when you're on YouTubers that can
Yes, there
actually
is.
try to bring you back? Like,
Yes, there
if
is.
somebody says to me, "Are you in the room? How much are you in the room?" I can say like, "I'm 20% here," and then they know that it's not Bumblebee T. It's like Bumblebee T being traumatized and panic mode and
Yes.
not in touch with reality. Got me?
Yes. What
What
happened to
phrase
me?
would be best to use to get you to ground yourself
Okay.
and back in the room?
You know when you're speaking there, I came across when I first came onto YouTube and I took and I expressed myself and I said to people, I have communication badness. I can't come across and make a conversation with people because I have a brain injury, I have PTSD. I just don't really know how to cope with myself. And Stangu will tell you I did say that from day one, and that I put that forward first and foremost. For the simple
Yeah,
fact
sure.
is, I know I can't communicate with people. But what I turn around and says is I have a message and I don't know how to put it across. And the only person out of the whole of YouTube that came forward and says to me, I'll put a hand out for you and I will listen to you. And I won't ridicule you. I will listen to you first and foremost. And that was SG. So what I
SG,
says to SG, thank you very much for doing that. I will give you everything that I've got, which will help you to put my message forward. Sorry, go on.
So I missed after you said put a hand out. I think my neck got off.
Yeah, what it was, I put my hand out to everybody on YouTube to turn around and say, yeah, first and foremost, I've got a brain injury and I've got a disability. I don't know how to come across and everything else. I was honest from day one. And when I went on to, what's his name, Dino's channel, I says, if anybody can help me, I says to Dino, if anybody can help me, I don't know I'm going up and I don't know I'm going down at the same time. I'm living both situations while I'm standing in the middle. It's hard to explain that to people.
No, I totally get you.
Yeah.
Right, and you're not
So
the
I
only
says,
one that suffers with communication problems.
yeah.
And you can
So I
ask Grims
says,
that because Grim's known me quite a while and Grandad, and I really struggle to communicate at times.
so I says to sorry, who's Grandad? Go on.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have safe word, so I knew what state somebody was in. Do you know what I mean? So if a
Yes,
certain word
yes,
was
I
said,
do understand.
I'd know there was all right or there wasn't or whatever.
So what I did is I asked when I first came onto YouTube, I asked what's his name, Dino. I says to Dino on one of his lives, I said, listen, I've got a message to put across. I says, can you just put your hand up as high as you can to say I've gone high, and then just bring it down, then I'll know where I am. And he did that a few times, and he took me back down to where I needed to be to try and have the to be where I am right now, to be able to speak to people in a calm manner.
Yeah.
Now, I sit here most of the time with a nervous disposition to do with my anxiety and everything else, and I
I'm
sit here
shaking right now.
Yeah,
Pete, I'm shaking right now. My legs shaking.
Yeah,
Right, you're
and I'm
not.
sitting
I'm just
here doing the
saying
same thing. Yeah,
that you are you as Peter, but some of us also suffer similar conditions.
I'm not saying I'm unique. Don't get me wrong. Yeah,
We
I'm
are
not
all
saying
unique.
I'm not saying I'm unique at all. I'm not saying nobody has anything I've got. Yeah, what I'm trying to say, what you people don't have, and that is this, is the understanding of common law. And I know I've got all of that, so I want to put all of that aside. I don't even want to think about that because I'd rather just ignore it and better myself by listening to these people, hence Grim and everybody else, including yourself, and try and get a balance of an understanding. Try and get a balance of the understanding of the people that don't have my problem. So I try to ignore my problem to try and put myself on to their level, so my problem doesn't exist anymore. Even though I know
but
it
Peter,
does.
when you're on a live, would it be possible, like Grandad said, to have like a safe word when you know that you're losing in touch with full reality,
Yes,
like you're not in the
yes,
room,
yes.
and
If there was a safe word,
maybe
yes.
right, and maybe you can tell the YouTuber in the private chat before you come live, and say that use this word, like whether it's teapot or whether it, do you know what I mean? A word that isn't commonly used.
Just honestly, I'd like to be as open as I possibly can. I'd rather give that option to everybody that ever speaks to me, and that is this: yo, you've gone high, just come down. Just say something like that, as calm as you can,
Okay.
and bring me down.
I'm just thinking because, like, for me, it's very hard for me to say that I'm in certain states of mind, and that's why I came up with a friend with some safe words. Like Grandad said, he knew somebody with safe words. Now, it could be something stupid like hairspray, and you can just say to the chat, like the chat host, like the YouTuber that you've gone on, say Grim for now, you could just say, my safe word is hairspray. If you mention that, because I'm not in touch with reality, I will then try and take a few deep breaths and ground myself, and then
I'll tell you
maybe
something.
people will communicate and understand you better. I'm just trying to help you, mate.
I'm gonna say I want to put my heart out to you and say thank you very much for what you've done. Just in them few words has meant a lot to me.
Okay, so if you come up with a safe word, and when you go in
there's more
somebody's live and say, if my safe word is, if I'm losing in touch with reality, say Peter hairspray, right, and then when that word comes up, you take some deep breaths, you ground yourself, which I'm sure you know what grounding is,
Yes.
right, and you compose yourself, and then come back into the chat maybe 2 or 10 minutes later, or if you need to go off, you say, I need to take a break.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Can we work together on this? Because you seem to have my kind of like balance of mind and thought. And
I'm still trying to understand some of my stuff, but I'm willing to be in touch with you.
No, what I'm
by
trying to
email.
say is that look, I don't want no help because I'm trying to help myself through it. But I'd like a mind-to-mind conversation. Like you probably pulled yourself through it and you've done your best way to get yourself through it. And I'll give you my expectations of what I've done for myself, and we can compromise. And sometimes, or something you might have that might just help me, or vice versa. That's what I'm trying to say. And I tell you what you're doing is coming forward. He's giving me pure positive. And I tell you what,
And I don't just have my PTSD and bipolar. I also have like physical health problems, and so I have a lot to contend with some days. But I'm willing to be in contact by email. Okay, I'll pop my
No.
email.
I don't mean private. I mean like let's make it public, because
Can I butt in just for a second and read a comment from the chat, right, from Anne Marie? She says, Peter, would you ever have a conversation about your struggles with your brain injury and how you've had to adapt to life after it? There's another one, right? I'd like to understand, Peter, how he came about to learn about common law. I think Anne Marie's asking if you'd like to be a guest and talk in public.
I would love the chance. Because
there you go, Anne Marie.
I would
Peter,
blow
you can
your fucking minds and how I got there.
Okay, Peter, and you can explain how your PTSD impacts you on a daily basis, or when you try to communicate with people.
Oh yeah.
Because I think that would benefit other people trying to connect with you.
Of course, I'll agree again. Yeah. I like the chat, and I tell you what, if you want to come on to Anne Marie's channel with me, and we both can, have this conversation that we're having right now, because I don't think it's right here at this moment in time.
No,
But
and
if let me finish, sorry. If you would like to come on to Anne-Marie's, me, you, and Anne-Marie, and have this chat over it, and Anne-Marie to ask me questions about my PTSD and my brain injury, and to go as deep as she wants to, yeah, I don't mind going deep. I like to be as deep as I possibly can, because when I go deep, I empty the bin. Yeah, I
yeah,
scratch the barrel, I get it all out, and I have a fresh beginning. Now, until I can do that and speak to the right people, my bin is still full, and I have to carry the shit every day.
yeah,
So
I
yes,
get you.
I would like a chance to be able to put something forward, which I'm being ridiculed on YouTube for. Thank you very much. Go on, sorry.
I can try, but I can't promise that I'll be there. A lot's going on in my life.
It doesn't have to be tomorrow.
Everything's been
It can be a
upturned.
stage.
And I just want to read something out as well in the chat. My chunky Georgie or Gina has put, I have mental health issues and I get peed off, but try not to, Peter. Just pause and think before speaking when on social media so you don't get yourself into trouble.
It's not that easy.
Geordie, I also have the same mental health problem as you. I saw it on your channel, but I can't PM you on Discord.
I have bipolar disorder. I have
Yeah.
borderline personality disorder. I suffer with anxiety. So I've got an understanding as well, maybe not to the extent that you've got on your illness, Peter, but I've got my own problems as well. So,
Listen, I'm not trying to say mine's unique. All I
No.
anger issues. I have anger issues for a brain injury. It was caused through violence. I got PTSD through the violence, which I received my anger from. My disability from, which left me with anger issues, which I can't control. Is my anger issues. I've been on a year anger through the courts. I've been on an anger management course for a whole year. And
Can
came
you
out
share
it.
this journey with us so we understand you?
I can, but I just say here and now. I was on an anger management course for a whole year, sent from the courts. At the beginning, I felt a certain feeling. At the end, I had the same feeling, and the course did mean nothing all the way through. In other words, I blanked it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it didn't
and
help
that's
me.
part of
Nothing it was
PTSD.
given gave me nothing.
But some
What
of
it
that
gave,
blanking it out would be PTSD.
yes, and what it
Maybe
gave
you
me,
felt it was intimidating and bullying or something, and
I
that's
felt it
maybe
was
why you.
bullying. Yes,
Yeah,
it was bullying. Yes, and
I've been on
also,
courses myself,
and
and they've
also.
asked me to review them, and I've said, I gain nothing. Sorry.
Okay, watch this. And also, I ended up afterwards, 2 weeks after coming off the anger management course, on attempted murder. That's how I learnt common law.
But you can explain to us that you're not on a live somewhere, like how you've recovered and how you've dealt with these problems through your life and how you've tried to change. And that would make us understand more. Does that make sense?
Hopefully, yeah.
And
Because
Lord have just said he's got bipolar and what was it?
Borderline personality disorder,
Yeah.
anxiety, and ADHD.
so the
And there's
more
a lot of
people that
people
can
around
talk,
with borderline personality disorder or diagnosed, like labelled it.
Sorry,
so the
say that
more
again.
people, so the more people that can talk about, their disabilities, and let's all come together and see how we all handle and reflect. Like, for instance, this guy, he's got polar. Yeah, so he's got his own way of dealing with it. You've got your disability, so you've got your own way of dealing with it. I've got my disability. I've got my own way of dealing with it. Let's see how it reflects as an individual basis, how we all cope. Just say us three cope. Let's see how it reflects. Without the name of the disability coming forward, we all reflect the same. We all carry the same
So
thing.
you've
We're
got
all
somebody else popped up in chat now,
Pardon?
Peter, called Nix. Nixa says, I've got general anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, and a brain tumour, fibromyalgia, and SSD. What we have to do is stop, think, then speak.
The more I can talk to people that is calm, like SG and everything else, I can try and nick some of that. Like Grim
Okay,
Reaper,
so
I like listening to Grim because he's got a very calm voice. I like listening to Stangu because he's got a very calm voice. I can't
and
listen to
Anne-Marie,
Mandy or Film Boy or anybody else because he keeps shouting. Yeah,
what
I
about
know.
Anne-Marie?
I like Anne Marie as well. Listen,
Okay, so Anne Marie has just put a to call it a proposal or proposition. Peter, I'll try to stick. Hang on, Peter. I will. So this is from Anne Marie. Peter, I try to stick my live chats to 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. But this week coming, I'll be doing some daytime lives. So maybe you can pop on there and also take up Grim's offer of like having a podcast, like, you know, a little debate, a little chat, you know.
To be honest,
but we must respect that Grim needs to go to bed and he was go cut off at midnight and we've gone to almost half past.
Okay, then
But
I'll finish with
I
this.
can't promise anything at the moment because certain parts of my life are out of my control and I'm waiting to hear things and I've got a lot on my plate. So, you know, and I don't want to put myself into more pressure when I've just been under
Listen,
distress.
I won't ask you to conform in any shape, way, or form. Yeah. I will say this to, because I'm not reading the chat, to Anne Marie. Because you blocked me, I thought you didn't like me. So, other than listening to your channel in the background, not really conforming and in the chat, conforming in the chat and everything else, I just thought I'd sit in the back room because I didn't think you would like me. But if you are offering
that's your perception again.
Yeah, again.
It's all about
yes.
acceptance for who you are as an
Well,
individual.
I don't think I am accepted for who I am because of all the ridicule I've been getting over the past. Like I say, the only person other than yourself, Stangu, SG is the only person that's ever gave me the credit that you have given me. Yeah, everybody else has given me ridicule and slagged me down and put me down and made me feel really small with the information. All I'm trying to do is bring some information over, which has made me free through the journey I've gone on. Yeah, from the videos which I can show to people that I've literally gone down this journey to the point where as I am today, and I can free anybody today if they're prepared to listen.
I believe that Mrs. J did some research into what you were saying, or she came on the live and said that, and she understands the common law and everything. So you've got Mrs. J on board as well, haven't you, Peter?
Yes, I do have Mrs.
But you've
J
got to understand that not everybody is
that.
against you.
I know, yeah. Don't get me wrong.
But when you get irritated and angry, then people are like, "Whoa!" Do you know what I mean?
You know what the best thing somebody says to me? He says, "You know, Peter Pope, you speak so much fucking sense and everything else." He says, "But the worst thing about you is you're fucking dump in the middle of it." Yeah. That's what he says to me. I'm like,
and anyway, guys, you need to go on chats that are more appropriate at the time.
No, going to have to close
Grim needs
this
to go.
Anyway, I would just say I will let you go, Jim, Grim, and everybody else. Thank you, Bumblebee.
Need to get in touch with Grim to do a chat with him, a recorded chat, okay? And then it's just you and Grim, isn't it?
I'm open for everybody and anything, yeah. As long as I just don't, I don't want people shouting at me, pulling me down, and telling me I'm wrong and everything. At least let me have the chance to.
Peter, we'll sort something out. Drop us an email. Okay, it's in the description. All right.
Grim,
take care, Peter.
Grim. Yep. Just do what Sesfit does. Just call me up. Just put my name out, and I'll come and join you, mate. That's the best way. That way,
yeah, it's not something.
Everybody else
I won't do it on YouTube, mate.
Yeah, do it on YouTube. That gives everybody time to come and watch your show. Just call me out, and I'll come to your show.
All right. Okay. All right then, guys.
Good night,
Peter.
All right.
Take care.
Take care, everyone.
Good night,
Dad, Lord. Chat.
Thank you.
Love you
Grim,
all.
for letting me join you in the circumstances.
No worries.
Cheers. Take care, everyone.
Cheers. Bye.
Take care.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Kick me.
All right, guys.